No, you don't. There's public hearing. They just ask the public hearing and you come forward.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The July 2nd, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I make this announcement as a matter of course. There's no reason to think that the alarms would ever activate, but if they do, this building is protected by a state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system, and should you hear alarms, please exit until you see one of our city employees or a marshal outside. They'll tell you when it's safe to re-enter. As I say, I do this every time we start a meeting. There's no reason to think that it's going to take place. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise as we are honoring Celebrate America, American Independence. The invocation will be given this morning by Chaplain William Bartool, Nellis Air Force Base, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Almighty God, today is a special event. In fact, each time this august group meets, it's a special event because each of the area communities comes together. This sign of unity is the sign of America. Through the representatives, the citizens of our fair city bring together different interests, conditions, and situations, but with a common aim, preserving our national, state, and local heritage, and protecting the freedoms we enjoy. We pray that the fellowship and inspiration of our meeting will increase our understanding of each other and strengthen our commitment to the mutually desired goals that enhance our city and the life conditions of all its citizens. Lord God, we raise our prayers and thanksgiving to you for the service of all these fine people, the service they provide to their communities and to our nation. The choices they make dramatically affect the lives of all who live and visit here. Father God, as we approach the 4th of July, we pray that you will make each of us aware of the solemn responsibilities which we face in defending our heritage of freedom. Remind us that without dependence upon you, we will surely fail. Enable our mayor, all civic leaders, and those in political authority to do their work with wisdom and justice. Lord, we commend in a special way all our military men and women deployed throughout the world, that they continue to be your instruments of justice and peace in a world that longs for both. Lord, we commend to your care the families of our military personnel, that they keep the fires of faith burning brightly until they are reunited with their loved ones to raise their voices in praise and thanksgiving. Continue, O Lord, to be the protector and defender of us all. We offer this prayer in your most holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Seriously, did you? Cool. Will you share that with me?
You're going to miss me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. It's going to be a great meeting today. A lot of wonderful things are going to happen. We're going to start it off very, very shortly with the first item being our Citizen of the Month, and Councilman Wilson is going to present that. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I get to go first this time. I don't normally get to go first. It is going to be a great day today, and I am very privileged to start our ceremonial portion. As I've always said, one person can make a difference, and I believe that volunteering is one way to truly make a difference in our community. I have hosted recently 2 volunteer fairs in the last 12 months, and my goal was to bring nonprofit organizations together with members of our community who are interested in donating their time and energy towards worthy causes. At my most recent volunteer fair, Summerlin Hospital had a table with information about their volunteer program. It was through this program that we became aware of our July 2008 Citizen of the Month, Jerry Peterson. I am told that when Jerry first filled out the paperwork to be part of the volunteer program at Summerlin Hospital and was asked what hours he would be available, his answer was, as required. For the last 5 years, he's met that commitment, coming to the hospital faithfully any day, any night, any time. I believe we have some video of Jerry in action, and if we could play that now. Jerry is the volunteer chaplain at Summerlin Hospital. He is highly respected by the hospital staff and other volunteers, but it is because of his work with the patients and their families that we are honoring him as our Citizen of the Month. Jerry has a unique opportunity to make a difference in a person's life when they are possibly at the most vulnerable time in their life. He is often called to comfort patients, some who are terminally ill, or to comfort families trying to cope with a difficult situation, such as a newborn with a life-threatening complication. Jerry inspires those around him and is said to have the ability to empathize with anyone in any situation. This true compassion is deeply felt by anyone Jerry encounters at the hospital. Although the hours and emotional strain that go with this type of work can take a toll on some people, Jerry never lets that show. He is always positive and nurturing when called to help. Jerry has devoted more than 1,400 hours of volunteer service to the patients and families at Summerlin Hospital. When he said, as required on his application, he meant it. Jerry, I'd like you and your wife, Arlene, and your daughters, Diana and Debbie, and son-in-law, Jeff, to join the mayor and council up at the podium now. Come on forward, and let's have a great round of applause. First. Jerry, it is my pleasure. Come on up here, folks, and turn around. We're all on TV right now. Jerry, it's my pleasure on behalf of the Mayor and City Council to provide you with this Citizen of the Month proclamation and proclaim July 2008 as Jerry Peterson Citizen of the Month. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No. You just talk.
Okay. I saw Mayor Goodman last week and mentioned that I was going to be here today, and I said, would it be okay if I said a few words? And talked to Larry Brown the week before, and he says that Mayor Goodman doesn't want a lot of ceremony. He just wants to get on with business.
Would you hurry up, please?
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to read this. It's a real pleasure for doing something I enjoy doing and know that it is needed and appreciated by the many patients I visit with their family and loved ones. It is especially rewarding to be recognized by the City Council, who are our representatives for the City of Las Vegas. I belong to an interdenominational Christian organization called the Hope Chaplains. And you had brought that up, volunteers, and I'm going to make a pitch for the Hope Chaplains today. And we just celebrated our 35th anniversary in May. We have approximately 80 active members and visit in various hospitals, nursing homes, and special care centers in the Las Vegas Valley. The 80 of us see about between 4,000 and 5,000 patients and family members and friends, their friends, a month. So we see a lot of people in a month. In our visits, we offer prayer, praise to our Lord, and biblical encouragement. Sometimes we are just there for them to listen. I so all know for certain that it makes a difference in many lives, and this is reward enough. We have a few of the Hope Chaplains here in the audience, and I'd like them to stand if they could. Just give recognition. I'd also like to thank the places that we visit. They recognize the need for spiritual support, and we are guests and are able to give that support. I would particularly like to thank Summerlin Hospital and the staff for the support that they give me. As many of our hospitals here in the Valley, maybe some of the nursing homes I'm not familiar, but are going through an expansion, and Steve Wilson and Mayor Goodman, you were at Summerlin Hospital last week where they're going to put in a $150 million addition. We also have additions, I think, on a number of other hospitals, which means we need more chaplains. And I'd like to make a pitch, and I know this is on TV, that we have an office. We're a nonprofit. We support our self-group. We do have an office at UMC. And if anybody is interested in being a chaplain, you can call UMC, and the operator will connect you with our office. Have a telephone number, too. I think it's 383-2434. You can call direct. So, again, thank you very much for this recognition, and it's really a recognition for all the chaplains that are visiting. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Jerry? One of our dearly valued employees is over in Summerlin Hospital right now.
Okay.
And if you would visit her, Esther Boyder,
Okay.
and just tell her that everybody from City Hall wishes her a speedy return. Boyder.
Okay.
Okay?
Good.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you. For our next item, we're going to recognize the 2008 Employee of the Year. And this is one of the city's top honors. To be selected from among the organization's nearly 3,000 employees is quite an accomplishment. The Employee of the Year is selected from one of the 12 Employees of the Month. And to assist in making this special announcement, I'd like Billy Bastian, Acting Director of Leisure Services, to join us up at the podium. Hurry up, Billy. Come on. I mean, Jerry took much more time than he was entitled to. I'm very pleased to announce that the 2008 Employee of the Year is Oscar Sita. Oscar? Congratulations. Oscar is a microcomputer specialist with the Leisure Services Department and has been a city employee since 2001, and he was selected as the Employee of the Month in December of 2007. The Leisure Services Department was looking for a more cost-effective and efficient way to account for visitors at our city recreation centers, and Oscar was tasked with researching new alternatives. After countless hours of research, Oscar discovered the biometric, or fingerprint, technology and discovered that it could be easily integrated with existing recreation software. This new technology allows for the storage of member information using fingerprint data, and this eliminates the needs for cards, printer ribbon, and cleaning products, amounting to a savings of $200,000 a year. He tested the product, spent many hours working with technical support, and helped the Leisure Services Department put together information on the process that helped the product receive complete buy-in from the city staff, our council, and the public. This technology will save thousands of dollars a year and greatly improve the security and efficiency and speed in which our staff can serve the public. Please join me and the entire City Council in congratulating Oscar for being named as the 2008 Employee of the Year, and along with the plaque and the trophy, you're going to receive the $200,000 that you saved us. No. You're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union and a 1-year membership to 24-Hour Fitness, courtesy of the Volaski Group and 24-Hour Fitness. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All right. Billy?
I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the mayor and the council for being able to support this employee recognition program that we have within the city of Las Vegas. This gives us the opportunity to honor great accomplishments such as Oscar. I also thought you should know that besides doing this great bioscan program, Oscar also comes to work every day engaged and committed and very courageous. He is very committed to ensuring that all of our hardware and software systems are in order so that we can best serve the residents of Las Vegas. So on behalf of the Department of Leisure Services in the City of Las Vegas, congratulations, Oscar, and thank you for all that you do for us.
Thank you. I'd actually like to say a few words. Last time I accepted the award was very brief, but after my girlfriend found out that I got this award, she sent me a letter, and I wanted to share the sentiment with you because it's how I feel about service to others and, public service that we all do here for our citizens. And it's a quote from Alexander Nobel. And it goes, if I have been of service, if I have a glimpse of more of the nature and essence of ultimate good, if I am inspired to reach wider horizons of thought and action, if I'm at peace with myself, it has been a successful day. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah. Great job. Great job.
Oh, thank you. We're supposed to pose for Mel's good. Okay. Good. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thanks. All right. Now, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to really make us all have a great big smile on our faces, the same way we felt about the Citizen of the Month and the Employee of the Year, and we felt joy as a result of their receiving these awards. We're going to have a very special presentation by the Councilwoman. Councilwoman?
Sometimes in your life, you meet very special people. And the young man we're honoring today is one such person. And I feel particularly honored to be able to introduce him in the proclamation the city is making. I'd like Larry Johnson, if you would please, to come up here. This proclamation states, this mayor,
Yes, talk about it.
he already stated that he was going to elbow him, box him out, is that what you said? And I said, just try it to the mayor, and he's keep trying. He's not succeeding, but he keeps trying. I'd like to state our proclamation, whereas through his athletic prowess, dedication, and humanitarianism, University of Nevada, Las Vegas graduate Larry Johnson has brought national acclaim to the city of Las Vegas and helped lead UNLV to Nevada's only team national NC2A championship in 1990 and back-to-back Final Four appearances. And whereas he received the prestigious John Wooden College Player of the Year award, was a unanimous selection 2 consecutive years as a National All-American, and played on the gold-winning team for the United States at the 1994 World Championships. And whereas his hard work with the Running Rebels resulted in his being the first pick of the first round of the 1991 NBA draft by the Charlotte Hornets, and he went on to be named Rookie of the Year and was selected NBA All-Star, and joined the New York Knicks in 1996, where his work contributed to a trip to the NBA Finals in 1999. And whereas the Southern Nevada community has recognized his hard work and commitment to the community by retiring his jersey at UNLV and inducting him into the UNLV Sports Hall of Fame in 2008 and also the Southern Nevada Sports Hall of Fame, whereas he has continued using his skills and resources by building the Larry Johnson Academic and Recreation Center in Texas, and by providing a program in which young children in the United States travel to study their roots in Africa, and by working today as a part of our KEEN program that the city provides, which focuses on positive development of youth and families through academics, athletics, and the arts. And he's here a great deal, living part of his life in Las Vegas, helping us. And therefore, and this goes to the mayor.
Thank you, Lois. We, the mayor and the members of the city council, do hereby take great pride in bestowing upon Larry Johnson a key to the city of Las Vegas and proclaiming Wednesday, July the 2nd, 2008, as Larry Johnson Day in the city of Las Vegas, and urge all citizens and employees to join us in celebrating the life and accomplishments of Larry Johnson. Round of applause, please.
I'll first give this proclamation to you, Larry. It's what I read, and it comes from our heart. And we all love you, and I even wore Rebel Red today for you.
That's the greatest. And it's a great proclamation because next to Larry Johnson Day, there's a little basketball on that with a basketball on it, which is very cool. I want that on all proclamations in the future, please. This is great. My turn? Okay, well, all I can tell you is this. I knew Larry in my old life, and when he saw me today, he said, "You know, Mayor, you're dressing better than you did before, but you're still wearing the same old mob suit." When I met Larry, I was 7 feet tall, but I dwarfed in comparison to the contribution that this young man has made by being the exemplification of everything that's good about a person who is a role model. When he was at UNLV, he worked with Coach Tarkanian, who is here today, and hi, Jerry, with Brad Rothermel, who was the athletic director. Mike Toney was one of his mentors, and they're all here today to share this wonderful occasion together with Larry's brother, who came up with him, and it's a privilege to have you here with us today. And the thing that I loved about Larry is when he was at UNLV, everybody looked up to him because he had the work ethic that they could all admire. He practiced harder than anybody else practiced. He took his physical skills and his mental prowess to the point of stretching it so he could be the very best that one could be. And then I think he was the first and only UNLV basketball graduate who was drafted #1 in the NBA draft.
Well, I have to say that he is the only UNLV graduate ever drafted #1 on any national team.
Well, that's phenomenal. Forget about him, okay? That's another key to the city, okay? Please. I don't even know why you showed up today. You always start trouble. You're going to get, this could be the first time he's ever going to be in trouble associating with you today. When he was with the NBA, I used to follow the box scores, and he was always the best. I mean, the best rebounder, the great assist man, great scorer. But the main thing, he was the best person who was in the NBA, and everybody looked up to him. And obviously, he's done everything that anybody would ever expect of him. He went back to school. He got his degree. He's contributing to his community. He flew out here on his own dime, so to speak. He didn't have to, in order for us to share the quality of life that he's led thus far. And we can only hope that you'll be closer to our community in days to come. You're a very special guy, and I am delighted to present you with the real key to the city. Lois's key is a fancy key. It's made out of gold, and glitters, and she got it specially made for you. This stupid key is made out of pewter, and no, but we're stuck with it, so... No, the truth of the matter is, this is a very special key, because when we give the key to the city to somebody like Larry Johnson, we give it with our heart, we give it with all of the feeling that we really have for the recipient of the key. And Larry, when you take this key, which we love dearly, and you look at it, please think fondly of us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say, there is a little gold glittering on this key, and it reminds me of what an author once said, and that was, better than the gold of kings are memories of happy things. And I just want to say, Larry, you brought us many golden memories. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arcanian, Mayor, City Council members, thank you. When I was 19, 20, 21 years old here, I never thought that this would be the shining point of my life was UNLV. I mean, I played number one pick, played in NBA, nothing can compare to here. The friendships that I've grown throughout the years, this, coming back, graduating, I mean, I'm just a strong supporter of Vegas. I mean, anybody asks me, it's home for me, it's my family, I love it, and that came before me, what you guys said was unbelievable. Giving back, what I did, man, I had fun. He told me what to do. But giving back, that really touched me, and that's in my heart. So to have you guys before me, man, I feel special to be here, and thanks again, and I appreciate it all. Thank you.
What a good guy. You're the best.
Somebody want to take pictures? Okay. And all of us in the picture. Yeah. Got it?
Great.
Not all of us.
And I did want to say, I believe that a member of my staff was going to take you upstairs and just meet some of the staff that works up there, one of whom developed that beautiful poster, and they'll show it to you. It's in Larry Brown's office. And they'll show it to you, and that was a member of the city staff, and they just love you all the way. And so you will be up there then,
Absolutely.
and they'll take you there.
I'm going to grab my keys, though.
All right. And I can't help it, Larry. Where are you staying?
Don't worry about that. There you go again, all in the business. There you go again.
Well, I just want you to know
Turnberry.
that Turnberry, there are no slots there. The key will do you no good.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What a great gentleman. All right. For our final items, Councilman Brown is going to recognize 2 month-long efforts, Flash Flood Awareness Month and Parks and Recreation Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd like to invite Gail Frazier, the General Manager for the Regional Flood Control District, to join us at the podium. And a proclamation, whereas the Flood Control District strives to improve the protection of life and property for existing residents, future residents, and visitors from the impacts of flooding in Clark County through a flood safety awareness campaign. And whereas more than 1/2 of all flood-related deaths are the result of people attempting to drive through flooded areas, and whereas currently 76 detention basins and 470 miles of channels and underground storm drains have been built to protect southern Nevada, and whereas another 60 detention basins and an additional 400 miles of conveyance will be constructed over the next 30 years, and whereas more than 6,000 new residents moving into Clark County each month who may be unaware of the dangers of flash flooding, it is critically important to educate the public about flood hazards, the potential for flash flooding, and how best to protect themselves in floods. Therefore, we, the Mayor and members of City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2008 as Flash Flood Awareness Month. Mr. Frazier?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Brown, who is the chairman of the Regional Flood Control District. We are in flash flood season, July, August, and September. We do 2 things at the district, basically. One, keep the floods away from people, and that's by building the projects that you heard. The other thing we try to do, which becomes a little bit more difficult, is keep people away from floods, and that's what this is all about. flash flood awareness. We have to be safe out there. You have to make smart decisions. We brought some giveaways that we'll give to the city that you can give at different departments. There are air fresheners to hang in your car, because it's those people that drive through flooded areas are the ones that are being rescued and or dying. And so it's part of our billboard contest and our billboard campaign. You know better and bad gamble for the mayor. And that you can enter your slogan as a vanity plate on our website right now for the next 2-3 weeks at regionalflood.org. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Good having you here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Gail. And just to reiterate what Gail mentioned, that the Billboard campaign, which is our strongest educational outreach program, began yesterday and runs through July 20th. And not only this year are we going to be doing it in English, we also are reaching out to the Hispanic community. Last year we had over 1,000 entries, and when the winning entry is chosen, I think it was Bad Gamble last year, that actually becomes a live billboard here in Las Vegas for the month of August and into September, so thank you. The last item, Your Honor, is the ceremony for the Parks and Recreation Month, and I'd like Billy Bastian, our Department of Leisure Services Director, and Larry Hogsness from our Field Operations to join us. Since '85, the National Recreation and Park Association has designated the month of July as Park and Recreation Month, and recreation facilities and parks across the country annually use July to celebrate the kickoff of summer programming, as well as recognize the efforts that make Las Vegas Parks and Rec stand out from the rest. And first off, we're going to have Larry Hogsness say a few words, and just to let our constituents know that we are fortunate in Las Vegas. We have been recognized throughout the city for some of the finest facilities anywhere, not only in the country, but the world. I think we recently received the international recognition for the Centennial Hills Community Center and that entire complex out there. So it's very special, and certainly a lot of people are involved with designing and constructing, programming, and most importantly, maintaining these wonderful facilities. Larry's department maintains 70 parks, 787 acres of sports parks, 760 acres of non-sport park and facility landscaping. They maintain 122 sports fields, inspect and maintain 114 playgrounds, at least on a monthly basis. Last year, the city completed the installation of 66 shade structures over existing playground equipment. And over the last 3 years, we have removed 325,000 square feet of sod, reimbursed with the Southern Nevada Water District's rebate program, and saved $50,000 annually just on water bills alone. And those of you that are city residents or other residents in Southern Nevada that have been fortunate enough to use our facilities, you know that from baseball fields to soccer fields to lacrosse fields to community centers to senior centers to dog parks, trails, open space, no one does it better than the city of Las Vegas. And these two representatives of these two departments deserve most of the credit. So, Larry, congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman Brown, and Mayor, and members of council. I really want to acknowledge the work of the 100-plus employees that maintain our park system. Really stepped up to the plate in these tough times. In the last 8 years, our park system has actually grown by over 80%, and we've only added 40% to our labor force. So it's really quite a testament to their hard work. And as you mentioned, Councilman, we have some of the finest facilities in the country, and maybe even in the world. We had people from all over really comment on our facilities, but it's because of the work of those 100-plus employees that really make it all happen, and we appreciate your support in helping us make this be truly the world-class city that it is. Thank you very much.
Is Oscar still here? Oscar, when he tapped you as far as the 24-hour fitness, remember, I mean, with 760 acres of open space, he probably could go out and walk a little bit. So you can't say that to him, but I certainly can. And on the flip side, I can say that. On the flip side of the maintenance certainly is the programming. And it's interesting, especially in tough times, parks and leisure programming seems to always be targeted for budget cuts. And these two up here and the entire department, from their management staff right down to the newest worker, they put in a tremendous day and work to be as efficient as possible with the resources we have, and yet still be able to provide the quality facilities that you see each and every day. And this council, I know, is committed, and I feel very strongly that these facilities and the programs that we offer are a true reflection on the quality of life that the mayor spoke about, and certainly some of our speakers have recognized. So it's extremely an honor to recognize Billy and the entire Department of Leisure Services. They have some, once again, some nationally recognized programs throughout the spectrum, from our youth sports to our senior programming to our adaptive recreation. The city has raised the bar to levels that very few municipalities can even compete with. And we are going to recognize one group in particular. This is the Las Vegas Sin City Skulls quad rugby team, which recently became the Division III national champions. And I know some of them are here. Give a wave back there. Are you guys going to come up please? So attending, and we updated the list just before the meeting, so I'd like to introduce the national champions: Sean Ladner, Eric Wolf, Lee Browning, Michael Schockenbauer, C.J. Ehrenwein. The coach is Brad Orm. The equipment manager is Eric Wolf Sr., and from support staff, Rochelle Orm. I do want to mention, did anybody else come that wasn't recognized there? Just a couple of the team members that were unable to attend this morning. Brandon Jones, Rick Gardino, Sergio Garcia, Chris Cook, Ed Olson, David Ritchie Jr., and Robert Murray's also here. I'm going to have Robert say a few words in just a moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, Division III national champions, the Las Vegas Sin City Skulls quad rugby team.
All right.
And our program coordinator, Robert.
Morning, Mayor.
Congratulations.
Council. Words really can't explain the feeling that we have about our team. We've come a long way, starting the program in 2004. We've had some bumps here and there, but the team has really come together this year. Playing 6 tournaments. Our record was 15-15. Heading into the D3 tournament in Salt Lake City, they went 5-0, defeating all the teams that were there. And unfortunately, I wasn't with them. I was receiving text messages in an airport, screaming and yelling, and everyone's looking at me like I had something wrong with me. But it was really exciting for them. It's really exciting for the city of Las Vegas, and the future is bright for us. So we're really excited about next year. We also have, I believe, we have some shirts. We would like to present this shirt to you.
I'll tell you, this is the coolest shirt I've ever seen. Look at this shirt. Is this cool? This is cool. Thank you. And I have something for the fellas.
Oh, Russ.
All right? Perfect. Good luck, Mayor Chip.
Can we shake your hand?
You bet you can. All right, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck, Mayor Chip. There you go. Is this real? It's real. Yes.
Your Honor, as you hand out those mayor's chips, Bob, don't go anywhere, please. Bob has a special honor of his own. He's being very modest. He has been recently selected to the 2008 U.S. Paralympic quad rugby team as support staff, traveling to Beijing, China to compete in the 2008 Paralympics. The U.S. is currently ranked, yes, please. The U.S. is currently ranked #1 in the world and certainly are ready to bring home the gold. And Bob's responsibilities in Beijing include assist the coaches and athletes in the preparation for all practices and competitions, assist the athletic trainer taping and stretching the athletes, officiate during practice scrimmages, record statistics, videotape, clock operations, A through Z, everything, but certainly a great recognition for him as an individual, for the city of Las Vegas, for the sport he represents, and congratulations, and represent us well over in Beijing. Thank you. You may need 2 Lucky Mayor chips.
Right.
Did you run out?
Thank you, Bill. I ran out.
One last one.
We'll get it. Yes, go ahead. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations, too.
And our last recognition to another Leisure Services employee. The pins, yeah. Andrea Anzalone, please step up to the microphone. Andrea was recently named Nevada Parks and Recreation Society's Young Professional of the Year. Round of applause, please. The award is given to individuals exhibiting leadership, dedication, and integrity in the field of parks and recreation. The Society recognized her accomplishments in leading Corporate Challenge, the largest amateur athletic competition in the state of Nevada and hosted by the city of Las Vegas. In addition, the award recognizes her efforts in the development and implementation of the Mayor's Health Initiative.
Don't start.
And the Las Vegas Health and Wellness Coalition. Andrea is the first City of Las Vegas employee to have received this award from the NRPS. And certainly we are once again proud of our city and our city employees, and this is indeed a great honor, but well-deserved. We on the 10th floor often get the reports from what Leisure's doing out in the field, and your name has frequently come across as I've been told, one of the strongest work ethics in the city, dedication, commitment to what you do, and certainly this award is a reflection of all that hard work.
I'm not going to take too much of your time. I just want to thank Billy and BJ and, most importantly, Lonnie Zimmerman for affording us these opportunities to become great employees. I believe we have a lot of recognition in our employees. We have so many new and upcoming employees, so it was just an honor to obtain this award. And through Corporate Challenge, through the Mayor's Health Initiative, this was the first year that we incorporated the biggest winner in the 35 events. And the city overall in 74 teams actually lost 2,224 pounds as a city. So that was great news for us. So thank you guys again for affording us those opportunities. Thank you.
Great job.
And just ask Billy to say a few words.
Billy?
I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for being tremendous advocates for the parks and recreation programs and facilities that we have here in the city of Las Vegas. During the month of July, parks and recreation professionals from all over the country take a step back and look at the programs and facilities that we provide, and we promote and advocate real heavily. I just want to state that we have over 200 full-time Parks and Recreation Leisure Service employees that are very committed and dedicated to ensuring that all the residents of Las Vegas have an opportunity to get cool in a pool, learn about home pool safety, go to a summer camp, participate in a sports program, an educational program, an arts program. We have so many fun activities that provide relief and respite from just our daily stress of work and school and all the things that challenge us every day in our lives. So please share the word with your families and with your neighbors and with your community members to get out into a park and picnic, go for a walk on one of our trails, come swim in a pool, visit an art center. And not only do we want to celebrate Parks and Recreation Month in July, but let's celebrate it all year round.
Great job.
That's it? Okay. Congratulations. All right. Here we are, Bev. No, we're done.
Hey, brother. How you doing? Not too bad. How you doing?
Good. You doing okay?
How about this CIM show?
I'm reading the report because I believe that we can't, in my opinion, get in between the negotiations of the union. So, I mean, I would support that.
Well, yeah, but they got to understand that.
Joe, send Eric over to your house. So Eric was going there. Okay?
Counselor, how you doing?
Joe, call, let me know.
Good.
Good, how you?
So, that's one.
I mean, later on, maybe, if they have problems or something, we can enter ship or something. They're not supposed to use this. They did something over on REI project. They enlarged the gaming district over there. They filed a lawsuit against us.
It seemed like they're setting us up again.
No, I appreciate that. Well, thanks for showing up.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, 2 hours. We're still down here talking and stuff.
That was worthwhile, though.
Oh,
I was about to start the meeting.
You didn't think it was worthwhile?
What?
It's, the ceremonial? It was good.
How about some of the Boy Scouts family? You like those then?
I shall. Okay.
We only got 3 here. It just makes me have to have 4 for a quorum, see what they do.
We need 4 for a quorum. Terry, you want to get
Okay.
we're drinking back there?
Thank you. Yeah, his selfishness.
Why don't you have a seat, please?
I didn't say anything when you were getting your pictures taken. Don't ever embarrass me.
No, I can't start. Okay. Before we call item number 10, I'd like everyone to know that a valued city employee, person who really showed his mettle, as far as I'm concerned, when the city was faced with the endoscopy issue, virtually working nonstop in order to see that the appropriate result was accomplished. A gentleman who has always acquitted himself in the highest tradition of the legal profession is spending his last meeting with us today. Bill Henry is retiring from the city, and I want Bill to know that even though sometimes you may have gotten the worst of it when you were up at the podium there and we shook our finger at you on occasion, nobody on this council and myself ever doubted the fact that you were totally committed to see that justice was done, that the city was well represented, and we're going to miss you. And at this time, I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
and we might add, he went out a winner, right?
He went out a winner, is right.
A big winner.
Absolutely
And
correct.
something he worked very hard on.
He sure did.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It has been an honor and a privilege to represent the people and the government of the City of Las Vegas for the last 12 years, and I'd like to thank the city attorney and my friend Brad Jerbick for having given me the opportunity to do so.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Okay, I think 12 years are probably term limited. That's why you're leaving. And how about the Boy Scouts? What pack are you with? Why don't you come up here? Is this an assignment? A government assignment? All right, why don't you come up to the mic and tell us who you are?
Thank you.
And why you're here.
Hi, Council. We're with Troop 390.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Steve Hutchison, I'm the Scoutmaster for Troop 390, and these are just some of our boys. We're here to earn the citizenship.
The Community Merit Badge and Communications Merit Badge as well.
Terrific. And what are the names of the Scouts, please?
I'm Josh.
Well, Josh, you have a last name, don't you?
Where?
There you go.
I'm Austin Souza.
Austin?
Braden Toro.
Bren?
I'm Hunter Rosson.
Hunter, welcome to the City Council meeting, and we're always happy to hear from you, and if you have any suggestions as to how we can improve ourselves, please feel free to contact us.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
And also, I would like to introduce my high school student intern for the day, and I would like for him to actually introduce himself, if he will.
Very good.
Just speak and grab that microphone right there.
I'm Jamal Martin from Legacy High School. I'm a sophomore there. I'm going to be the intern with Councilman Ricky Barlow, and I'm working with the Batters Included program with the Nevada Partners and the City of Las Vegas.
Well, welcome. You know, a lot of people say, well, the city engages in so many ceremonial activities and recognitions and the like, but we're proud of what's happening in our community here, and I can't think of spending our time in a better way than making sure that the public knows that we have some really great people who live in our community here, that we appreciate all of their service to us without the private sector stepping up and helping us out, of the 501c3s being there. We couldn't be able to accomplish anything near what we try to accomplish as a council, so we're very supportive of all those who were celebrated today, and we appreciate them all. All right, and Councilman Ross is excused. Okay. Item number 10 is any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 41, abatement of dangerous building demolition, assess civil penalties at 905 and a half West Adams Avenue. Staff asked to strike. And item number 46 is R41-2008, resolution amending fee schedule for LVMC Titles 18 and 19, requested by staff to hold in advance until our next meeting on July 16, 2008. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these two items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of June 4th, 2008. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Yes, Councilman Brown.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, on the one item number 46.
Yes.
Was part of your motion to hold that until our next meeting?
Yes.
I'm not, perhaps, and that's fine, during the briefings, we had talked about tying this evaluation into the overall study.
Into the performance.
That's just what it says here.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure on the clarity of that, but Dr. Selby, would that,
Yeah.
at least in our briefing, we had discussed maybe tying that into the overall analysis being done?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we will do that.
All right, fine. So that will then be set over till the first meeting in October when we have that presentation, or the second meeting in October, perhaps?
I think that would be acceptable, yes.
All right. Would that be your motion?
Your Honor, make a motion to reconsider item number 46, please.
All right, let's vote on the reconsideration, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And, Your Honor, if I may, and I apologize, because my notes are a little conflicting also, but on item number 55, was this an additional item that we talked about as far as the timing?
Mayor and Councilman, yes, we did talk about that in briefings.
we do have aspects of this bill that we would like to move forward with, and perhaps as it moves through the process, it can be amended to take out the sections regarding the fees.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
You bet. And again, just for the edification of those in the audience, now, in our briefing we had on Monday, this was not mentioned to us, so this is just all new to us. We don't know what's going on.
Well, we have our last briefing, so you wouldn't know what happened during that briefing.
Maybe somebody could tell you about it, though. So what are we going to do with item 46, then?
If you would move to obey it until the second meeting in October.
That'd be my motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
So why are we doing this?
It's part of the performance. All right, let's vote again, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 12 through 39 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve items 12 through 39 with all conditions, please.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. That is great. Item 40 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance and assess civil penalties located at 4607 K Place. The property owner is Brian L. Barkley, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. Smith. It's a public hearing which I now declare open.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&W Enterprises to cut vegetation, trim any dead bushes and trees, remove all refuse and waste, lock up the rear shed, side gate, and chain link front gate. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of October 2005 was $230,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses and the amount of $1,857 for work completed by C&W Enterprises.
That concludes your presentation on that? All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here, Brian Barkley? All right, it's a public hearing. Does anyone want to be heard?
Yes. Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. Before we go to the public hearing, I think this is a subject matter that we were talking about at our briefing yesterday. Mr. Smith, from what I understand, you're asking that we award $1,857, but that's to rebate the subcontractor that we hired to come in and rectify the nuisance. Is that right?
Correct.
It doesn't recompense the city for all of the inspections and all the other time that we spend on this project. Isn't that right?
No, part of that's a total amount. We have reinspection fees figured into that. The abatement was $1,725. And then the reinspection fees with late fees would be $132.
Total?
Total.
So $132, and how many times did city inspectors go out to this property?
9 times.
Okay, and that doesn't include the letters, the certified mailings, and all the other stuff that us city employees do to try and correct their wrong. Isn't that right?
That is correct. And just for the Mayor and Council's information, we are in the process right now of reworking part of our ordinance and codes and municipal code to possibly raise that fee structure so that we recoup more of the time that's spent on these properties.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I recommend that the city achieve the maximum allowable compensation from the absentee and otherwise delinquent property owners in the city. Been going on for too long. This time the city put its foot down rather strongly. I also wish to join those who commend and thank Deputy City Attorney William Henry for his many years of excellent, dedicated service to the government of the people of the city of Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard on this matter? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
First, I'd like to express my appreciation to Neighborhood Services for the quick response you're making on these code violations, for the very thorough information you're giving to us in numerous ways. It helps a great deal to understand what's happening. I agree with Councilman Wolfson in that we need to do, as you say, move the costs up for those people who are just taking so much of the public's monies in a way that they shouldn't. That isn't fair. But anyway, what I wanted to say was thank you very much for your professionalism and for the quick response and very thorough means by which you get the information to us, and I move to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 42 is a hearing to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice and order to make repairs located at 4206 Fulton Place. The property owner is William Alvear, and this is in Ward 1. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Are you representing William Alvear? All right, if you come up and identify yourself for the record, please. Please speak into the mic. State your name, please.
We bought this property.
Please state your name.
Elizabeth Alvear, his wife, Dr. Alvear wife.
Okay. Now we'll start off with Mr. Smith and tell us why we're here on this particular matter.
Mayor and Council, again, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title IX, dealing with nuisances, and Section 202 of the Uniform Housing Code. A nuisance notice and order to make repairs was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in the Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title IX, dealing with nuisances, and Section 202 of the Uniform Housing Code. A copy of the nuisance was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the nuisance in order to make repairs filed by William Alvear, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the nuisance notice in order to make repairs. And if I may, Mayor and Council, just to kind of inform you, what happened here is we had a complaint from the tenant that was in the property that there was no water to the property. So as our normal course of action, we go out and do an inspection on the property. When we went out to the property, we noticed that there had been illegal electrical ran throughout the property, illegal plumbing, unsafe both electrical and plumbing. Hot water heater was installed improperly, which, when it's not installed in the proper manner, can turn into a deadly missile if it was to explode. So we go out, the inspector goes out to the property, inspects all of these nuisances. There was no permits ever pulled for any of the illegal structures, the illegal plumbing, the illegal electrical. So at that point, we issue a vacate notice because of the conditions, and we have advised her that she cannot allow tenants to reoccupy that property until such time that she has a licensed contractor come out, make the necessary repairs, get the necessary permits, and bring this property up to an acceptable standard.
All right, thank you. Ms. Alvear.
Yes. Okay. We bought this property on 205. At the same, we didn't make any additions, nothing at all. The house, as it is, in the old-fashioned community house over there. So, when the tenant called, it's a guy that he invited the property, don't pay rent, and bring many people invited those property, and so he called the force enforcement. Okay, call enforcement appeared and found all the issue that he said over there. In January, I had all the inspection for the gas. The gas company, when we request gas, gas company request inspection, and this is the inspection, the plumbing coming, and in order to get the heater for the house, and was done in that at the beginning of the year. So in March, with the code enforcement coming, they said we don't have inspection. I don't know why, because I had the legal purpose. I have my documentation here. I can show to him everything, or to you, you know. And also, I went to building and planning department because the house has already electrical. Nobody requests for us inspection, nothing at all. So they said that construction of the houses has been over 50 years. We don't have any mandatory changes for the code for that area, for that, especially for the houses. Because my question was, they came, or the inspections coming, in order to change the meter, grand new meter, they put it over there. This is all the documentation for the department building, and says permit application and everything they pass, the house have. So they didn't request no changes at all for that property.
All right, let me ask Mr. Smith, are you aware of the status as represented by Ms. Alvear?
We are not, Mayor and Council. I have contacted the building department who would issue those permits, and because of the illegal occupancy, if you look in this top left-hand corner on the screen here, that is a storage shed outside, that there is an air conditioner on, and we found somebody living in that unit.
The lady don't live there.
Wait. One at a time, man.
And this was back in March. So we got with the building department, checked with Randy Hunter, who was the electrical supervisor, and he gave us permission to go ahead and pull the meter to this property because of the condition of the electrical. And to our knowledge and the city's building department knowledge, no permits have been pulled for this property to make these repairs, and as of yesterday, none of these repairs have been made.
Yeah. Okay, I finish about. I had the witness, Frank, he was living there. And in that room, Luisa, she's working now, she couldn't come in. I rented to her in order to save she moved from the storage, many things but she's living in front. I had a property in front, she's living there. She has over there many years because of the storage room. We had air conditioning over there because appeared, I don't know who put it that, we bought the property there. We recognize that, and my investigation I did it for the, for the house, that the former owner in 1992 made additions for that property in the right side, one room that was done, and get the permit to do that, they send the storage. And he didn't, the record, City of Las Vegas, didn't found any final inspection for that. So I still investigating why, because the seller of the house and the buyer of the house, the realtors, they're supposed to investigate at the time when they made disclosure of the house. So we don't know. My husband is a doctor. He don't know nothing about codes, nothing at all. But the answer of those people is the house is former house for 50 years. No requested mandatory changes. They repeat the same thing. So we bought the property and we found in the same with our staff. So
did you want to call a witness?
Yeah, Frank is the witness that he knows electrical stuff.
Well, this is your time to address us, so I have no problem with that. Would the gentleman want to come up and assist Mrs. Alvear? Please identify yourself for the record.
Frank Kern, sir. I think what she's trying to get over is when she bought the house, it was inspected. Supposedly all this stuff's supposed to be proper. Then you came in and discovered it wasn't. So she's
Right,
had
well,
it.
the only thing that we're concerned about is whether or not a nuisance exists. If in fact a nuisance exists today, then we would uphold the action of the city. If a nuisance has been corrected, then perhaps we would amend the request by the city. But from what I'm hearing from Mr. Smith is the corrections as directed by the city have not been accomplished. All right. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard?
With this year. Inspections.
Nothing.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Contrary to popular misperception, doctors are not above the law anywhere in the state of Nevada, not even in the city of Las Vegas. I strongly recommend that this city council exact the utmost penalty and reimbursement terms from all negligent property owners, including but not limited to the good doctor of the year. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard on this matter? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Did I characterize the issue appropriately?
Yes, Your Honor, and all we're asking her to do is, in the notice and order, is the property needs to remain vacant.
Right.
Till such time she brings a licensed person in and the building department signs on,
That's it.
on that it's a safe and habitable environment.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
All right, thank you. Did you understand, Mr. Smith? Okay, very good. Let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for coming down.
Yeah, I lost.
Yep.
Good luck.
I lost.
Okay. 43 is discussion and possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement with CIM/LL Manager LLC for parcels at 4th Street and Stewart Avenue totaling approximately 5.49 acres, exclusive negotiation agreement site, and 333 East Ogden Avenue, the Ogden Garage, of approximately 1.03 acres, and the extension of lease term for the Ogden Garage to CIM/LL Las Vegas LLC. This is in Ward 5, and the item is related to Council Item 47, which I believe I should read into the record at this time as well. 47 is R 42-2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the disposition and development agreement with CIM/LL Manager LLC for acquisition of parcels at 4th Street and Stewart Avenue, totaling approximately 5.49 acres, and 333 East Ogden Avenue, totaling approximately 1.03 acres, and the extension of lease term for the Ogden Garage to CIM/LL Las Vegas LLC are in the best interest of the public. This is in Ward 5, and as I indicated before, this is related to item number 43. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. What I'm going to do is walk through, and with the assistance of CIM, an overview of the project using PowerPoint. I want to introduce, though, first, behind me, Scott Iong, he is our project manager in the Office of Business Development, who's been handling this project since its inception. And I want to recognize Scott for a fantastic job in terms of doing a lot of the legwork and putting this together. Also, to the right of me is Jeff Rosen, one of the principals with CIM Group, who will be assisting me in making the presentation. Before I get started, though, I wanted to just give you a quick background about how we really kind of put this project together and approached the negotiation of this project, and partly due to the fact there was, in this morning's newspaper article, there were a few comments made that I wanted to address. This is a very complex project, and occasionally going into a very complex project, we hire what in the industry is referred to as a deal structuring consultant. And on this one, we knew it was complex, so we hired a group called Kaiser Marston, a nationally recognized consultant who assists cities in putting together public-private partnerships. And they employed on this project a gentleman by the name of Tim Kelly. Throughout the negotiations, going into those and at each stage of the negotiations, Tim would evaluate where he thought the city's position should be from a very, very conservative standpoint, and gave us that as sort of cliff notes going into each step of the negotiations. And that helped us establish a position and points during the negotiation in the process. And I will say, we had some very tense and animated sessions as a result of that, and taking what was a very conservative position through those negotiations. He was helpful in assisting us in determining an overall structure for the project that I believe at the end of the day is a very good structure and resulted in the city in getting a very good deal on this project. So there were some comments in today's paper that were taken out of context. During the course of negotiations, he may have made 100 of similar type comments and evaluations that really were a position we took during that process, not necessarily intended to be the ultimate position or recommendation of where the city should be. It was really to set the tone for each of those sessions as we negotiated with CIM. And I wanted to make that point because I believe on this project we did very much the homework we needed to do to establish a strong position throughout the process and come with what was a fair deal for the city as well as a deal that CIM could live with ultimately and actually develop under. What we're going to do is I'm going to turn it over here very shortly to Jeff to talk a little bit about their background as a developer. I think it's important that you see some of their experience. They are a very experienced firm. Talk a little bit about their master plan, then Jeff's going to turn it back to me. I'll get a little bit into the site, some characteristics of the site, and then get into the actual deal terms.
Thank you. Jeff Rosen, principal with the CIM Group. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council.
Good morning.
This chart sort of hard to see, but basically walks through the formal legal entities. As many of you know, CIM purchased the Lady Luck Hotel and Casino last October in a joint venture with outside partners. The deal we're discussing today in terms of the DDA is actually with CIM/LL, which is not the venture that owns the Lady Luck property, but is a wholly owned entity by CIM and its funds. CIM was founded in 1994 and today is one of the leading real estate investment firms focused on urban revitalization throughout North America. We invest on behalf of various institutional investors and have, over the course of almost now 15 years, really helped turn around many urban submarkets with a mix of both local tourists and pedestrian retail. Obviously, that's what we like. We spent a lot of time researching various communities before we enter into them, and once we are there, we view ourselves as a permanent investor to help the community succeed for the long term. The next few slides sort of walk through a few pictures of some of our more well-known projects. Some of these projects are in Hollywood. We were very glad to bring staff and various members from the city to see these projects in person. We own Hollywood and Highland and have a large controlling interest on many properties on Hollywood Boulevard, which in the course of the last 10 years has really become a true renaissance in terms of both its ability to attract the local community, both office workers and nearby residents, as well as become an international tourist destination.
Could I pause here real quick? Could you go back to that slide real quick? I want to point out something here. In a number of these slides, you see a lot of signage that they've employed and incorporated in their developments, and I think that's going to be an issue that will come up later in our presentation.
This slide talks about a lot of our retail properties. We were at one point the largest landlord on 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica and in the Gaslamp District in San Diego. We, with our firm's history, are very proud of our tenant relationships and are very excited about bringing a lot of great both national and regional tenants to downtown Las Vegas as this project moves forward. And this will also, this slide highlights actually a residential component, but gives a feeling for how we really view these neighborhoods. A lot of these pictures are in downtown LA, where we, in a city project, brought a Ralph's supermarket that opened last year, and really became the catalyst for a new neighborhood. So we, again, in terms of our master plan that I'll walk through, really look for a complement of uses, not simply a gaming property, but retail, office, and potentially residential long-term. This slide shows the conceptual master plan. In the center is the Lady Luck property. And really what we believe and what we've worked with the city now for almost a year in a great collaborative manner, both with the city and the museum team, is really trying to make 3rd Street a great pedestrian retail sort of entryway from Fremont to the museum. And then surrounding the museum on the balance of the post office block would be a vertical mixed-use project with restaurants and other entertainment uses to complement the museum and to really enhance its long-term success.
I'll pick up from here. I wanted this shot in here to show you really how the site's comprised. This agreement that we're presenting to you today is not as much about the Lady Luck as it is about the redevelopment of the site around the post office, what we refer to as this post office block, or in the agreement is called the ENA site. There's in blue in the crosshatch the existing Lady Luck properties. Just to the south of that is the Ogden Garage, and to the north is the post office block. It's split into several parcels, one of which the post office is on, and then there's also an intrusion of the site with some NDOT right-of-way in the northern end that's represented in the pinkish color there that's crosshatched. It's important to note here that we don't fully control all this real estate yet. That the parcel that the post office sits on was conveyed to the city by the National Park Service. There are deed restrictions carried under that conveyance, and the master plan that they presented encroaches slightly onto that parcel, and we'll need their approval to get that encroachment permitted. Same way, it encroaches slightly on the pink area that NDOT has control of, and we need to get their approvals as well. So there is a period, and we'll talk about this in a minute, in this agreement where we have to work together to seek these approvals to define the exact site that we're going to actually convey to them under this project that they can redevelop. And let me kind of start at a very high level. The agreement is structured in a way where we've defined in the agreement what we refer to as the Lady Luck threshold. And what that means is we've asked CIM to make a minimum level of investment in the Lady Luck site before we will grant them the ability to purchase either the Ogden Garage or any portion of the ENA site or this site around the post office. We've defined that in the agreement. That means that they would put $100 million of improvements into the Lady Luck property. They would make streetscape and facade improvements along 3rd Street. Their master plan calls for a new retail liner along 3rd Street in that vicinity of where Hogs and Heifers and Triple George and those existing retail are in place. We define that they start construction by December of '09 and complete 2 years later. And they reopen with a 3-star hospitality rating standard in terms of creating a level of quality that they would open their hotels as. And then the threshold also defines that they complete modifications and improvements to the 3rd Street pedestrian bridge to minimize its impact on the post office as viewed from Fremont Street. There are other commitments under the agreement that the city's making, but we're doing it as best efforts. And I have to stress that here. There is a difference in an agreement between the word shall and best efforts. And I think this is where we really have accomplished a great deal in the agreement. We're saying as a city that it's in our best interest, either as the city or working through the redevelopment agency, to improve this whole district. And a number of those improvements were already in our plans before CIM even walked through the door. We had plans to convert the post office into a mod museum. We had plans to improve Stewart Avenue. We've added to that the improvement of Ogden, because it's and needs improvement. And then, as part of their master plan, it calls for some plaza, parking, and other public improvements on the post office site. We're committing those under a best efforts basis. And I'll show you as we go through this presentation where, over time, we will be developing the income streams as a city to be able to undertake those kinds of improvements on that best efforts basis. Precedent to their option to purchase the Ogden garage, and we've defined that purchase price, CIM must spend $500,000 to improve that garage. This was a fairly contentious point in the negotiations. We said there really is no compelling reasons for us to sell it. They really took the position that they needed control of it for their lending to get in order to acquire all the financial resources they need to have control of the entire project. So we said, if you're going to do that, we'd like to see you spend at least $500,000 to improve it through painting, cleaning, landscaping, as well as improved lighting and security. We're in this agreement extending the lease term for the Ogden garage. I think currently there's some 38 years remaining on that lease. They wanted it extended to 50 years. That's really a financing term that then they can wrap into their financing of the balance of their other improvements. We set the purchase price for the Ogden garage based on the current lease rate capitalized at 8% or $6.8 million. That's why we asked them to put $500,000 into the improvement of the Ogden garage. We said we're not going to sell it for anything less than our lease rate capitalized. They took the position, we're in a long-term lease, we're not going to buy it for anything more than the lease rate capitalized. So what we agreed to was a position where if you buy it, you improve the garage, the appearance and quality of the facility. Now, I will disclose here, because this is part of the findings we make on the public record, that we did get appraisals on the Ogden garage at $11.4 and $17.8 million respectively, and quite frankly, those appraisals really took mostly into account the fact that it's sitting on real estate, and it's really driven more by its real estate. Now, there's a reality of that, though. We're in a long-term lease, and while we're in a long-term lease, you really don't have access to it as a site for redevelopment use. Moving along, there is a sign district contemplated in the agreement. We would create a district comprised of the Lady Luck site and the ENA site, the post office block, that we would incorporate new regulations under our Title 19 ordinance that would allow them to add signage in this area. And then they would revenue share $300,000 a year of their signage revenue for 10 years, or $3 million out of that. That's why at the beginning I pointed out that if you look at some of their Hollywood projects, they have a number of major billboards and signage pieces incorporated in their developments. They have a great deal of experience in doing that and determining how to incorporate signage effectively to generate income in projects. The other thing we're committing to do is that the CIM and city will work together to establish a tourism improvement district which would provide the city with sales tax increment to support our debt service that we ultimately might need to incur to make the improvements that we're making under a best efforts basis. A tourism improvement district is not a done deal. We have not established one yet, and it's a district that's authorized under Nevada statutes that allows for sales tax increment financing, where you can draw a line around an area, a district, and capture incremental sales tax revenue up to 75% of that revenue and plow it back into the area for tourism-related improvements. So there's a gauntlet you go through to prove up a district and get it approved, ultimately ending at the State Department of Tourism for approval, that would prove that a preponderance of that sales tax generated would be new tourism tax dollars being generated in that district. And so that's another thing we're agreeing to work with them and creating. Now, there is a sunset on that.
Could I just ask a question while I have this focus?
Sure.
You're saying that the tourism district could bring increased taxes, right? And
Sales taxes.
Sales taxes, increased sales taxes. And those sales taxes, would ordinarily they go into the general fund?
They would normally, as I understand it, go to the state, go into the consolidated tax and get revenue shared back to taxing jurisdictions in the region.
So revenue shared back, what would that mean to us financially? What would that mean to the city?
I don't know off the top of my head what our share of sales tax is as it comes back as C-tax, but it's significantly lesser, I'm sure, than the 75% we would capture under a tourism improvement district.
But where is, okay, suppose we get 75% and that tourism, and where's that money going?
It would come to the city as
The
part of
city
this,
would have the full
as
control
we're
of it.
proposing under this agreement. Now, it could go to the developer, but we're saying it would come to us, and then we would use it to incur the expenses of the Mob Museum, the expenses of streetscaping, plaza improvements, parking, all the things that we're committing to on a best efforts
So that
basis.
75% would come to the city, and the city then would be able to determine by vote of the council how the money would be spent.
We're committing now to spend, we're going to be bringing back to you a package dealing with the entire tourism improvement district. And that will define how that gets done. What we're saying in this agreement is we're simply going to start that process now so that we can get it done and approved by that sunset deadline in October of '09.
But Scott, I mean, you can confirm, I mean, CIM and the city are going to work together to try to be able to get the legislation to allow for it. All that money that comes into it goes to the city. CIM is not...
Okay, but that's my question. The tax revenues, all that
None of it
we
goes
get
to CIM.
goes to the city.
Right.
Now, you might use it for improvement of the museum, because we know a lot more is needed there.
Right. One of the
But
things...
each time that money is spent, the determination is made by the council. It would come before the council
Yes.
to vote on. Okay,
Yes,
so it comes
yes.
to us, and we make, that's what I
Yes,
needed to know.
and,
Thank you.
one of the things we'll have to do as part of that process is an independent study, and this is required under the statute, that shows that the preponderance, the majority of the revenues being generated in the project are tourism or new sales tax dollars coming from out of the state. And that's going to be a very fundamental thing we'll have to prove up to get this tourism improvement district put in place. We think it can be done because if you look at building new hotels and a new museum that would be attractive to tourists, we think it will be a thing that we can prove up.
It's something that's not frequently used. As a matter of fact, I believe I'm correct in stating that there's only one project in the state, and that's up at Sparks, where a tourism district has in fact been approved.
They used it on a Cabela's project, as I understand it, which was on the border where there was clearly an ability to show that they were going to be bringing in new sales taxes into that project from out of state.
But these are things we're going to explore, Councilwoman Tarkanian, as far as perhaps after we go through this experience, making the Union Park or parts of Union Park into a tourism district, particularly when the jewelry center goes up, because I would imagine that that's going to be basically tourist-oriented as far as purchases are concerned.
The other deal terms, CIM is going to be submitting, and they've actually done it, a final draft development summary plan and preliminary conceptual drawings. Actually, they're sharing those with you now. Concurrently with the effective date of the DDA, we also agreed jointly to submit these plans to the National Park Service so that we can be in compliance with the grant deed covenants. I've referenced that earlier. And then we will collaborate to assemble that E&A site via negotiations with the National Park Service and the Nevada Department of Transportation to determine what that conveyance area is. If the conveyance site is at least 200,000 gross square feet, and what we've done is looked at their master plan and determined that they need 200,000 square feet to build out that master plan. between our property, any that's constrained by the National Park Service and the Nevada Department of Transportation. We can achieve 200,000 feet. Their master plan, they will agree at a minimum to build 100,000 to 200,000 square feet of retail and 350,000 to 500,000 square feet of hotel, residential, and other use. And I've enumerated those uses here. If the E&A conveyance site is less than 200,000 square feet, they don't believe they can build that master plan out, and then we need to renegotiate a new master plan. Then we have a smaller site than they contemplated for that master plan, and we'll have to come up with a new master plan. The purchase price on the E&A conveyance site is twofold. There's two values that we've established in the agreement. One is at $75 a square foot without gaming, and one is $140 per square foot with gaming. Again, I have to disclose here, and this is for state law AB 312 purposes, we did receive several appraisals on the site. $99 a square foot without gaming, and $170 and $180 a square foot with gaming, highest and best use.
All right, could you answer this question, Mr. Adams? Could you translate that into what the cost of an acre would be?
At $75 a square foot, you're at approximately $3 million an acre, and at $140 a square foot, you're just about $6 million an acre. And I would remind you here, we are in rare air in terms of what cities can achieve on value of land per square foot. Sometimes you have to ground yourself to reality when you're here and you start looking at the values that are being generated on the Strip as to what cities really get for land in their downtowns. There are very few cities in America that command prices at this level. You know, in very, very big, dense urban cores like New York, Chicago, L.A., and waterfront property. These are really incredible prices at a ground level in terms of what we're getting downtown on this real estate compared to what we might have been able to get 5 years ago. We have greatly increased and raised the bar in terms of what we can get on land.
9 years ago, you couldn't give it away. Nobody would want to pay the taxes on it.
Mayor, I have a
And that's
question.
a fact.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Adams, would you please explain as to why you're recommending the first proposal of the 75 gross square foot without the 140 with gaming versus the two recent E&A site appraisals of 99 and 170?
Well, first of all, there's a dual structure in there in that we've discovered that this site just happens to be located such that at this point there are no mitigating uses of substance that would impact its ability to get unrestricted gaming. Now, it's not currently entitled for such, and you have to go through a fairly lengthy entitlement process to do so. I'll remind you, we went through that process, if you remember, on the REI Neon project in the south end of downtown. It's a fairly lengthy process. So right now, we don't have it. Right now, there is no unrestricted gaming on that site, and its land value is dictated by what you can build on it. So if we can get it entitled for gaming, then we believe its value should be higher. So that's the reason why we've got two sets of prices in the agreement. One at 75, and I will say, now there is an appraisal at 99 without gaming. There's what's on paper on an appraisal and what's really happening in the marketplace today. I could run out and get an appraisal in my house and probably not be able to sell it for what that appraisal is. There's a fundamental decline going on in the Las Vegas marketplace in commercial real estate. You just pick up any journal and track what's going on in commercial real estate, and the air is letting out of the market. And we took $75 a foot because we felt that was a good deal based on what we know and are being traded out in the marketplace right now. And if you look downstream a ways, we don't think it's going to get better in the near future, it may get worse. It's hard to crystal ball that, but we felt that was a good deal.
Mayor Goodman.
Mr. Councilman.
Thank you. And Scott, I want to interrupt you because you went to a point that I was going to make in a few minutes, but because you're there now, I want to go ahead. And that is, an appraisal is basically a piece of paper that, sure, if you could get that price, great, but there's no guarantee you're going to get that price. I mean, I've always been raised on the idea that an appraisal is a nice thing to have, but oftentimes you don't get what the appraisal calls for. And then secondly, we don't have people knocking down your door wanting to buy this land for these appraisal prices either, do we?
No. And the other thing that constrained us on $140 a square foot was, and I'll be very candid, CIM's unwillingness to pay us any more than what we had previously agreed to for gaming entitled property on parcel PQ on Union Park, which at the time, and it's very recent, just a few months ago, we believed was also an unprecedented value that we had established downtown for real estate sales. So we think we raised the bar on it, and CIM believes this site is inferior to Union Park. I probably would tend to agree with them. If you go back to that map, the aerial map of the site, it's not great. It wraps around, it's like a donut around the post office. It's not a big, contiguous, uniform tract like parcel PQ on Union Park. And so its ability to develop is more limited than Union Park. So in the end of the day, I think we got a premium value for this site compared to what we had previously agreed to at Union Park.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Councilman.
Mr. Scott, I'm going to disagree with you there. I think that's a fabulous piece of property. It's got excellent freeway access. It can easily be the flagship of any developer or casino owner. So I disagree with you in regards to that. I think it's great real estate. So I just want you to be clear on how I feel about that piece of property that's wrapped around the post office, soon to be the Mob Museum. That's very valuable to me as a Las Vegan, and as a citizen of this city, and as a representative of the people here in Las Vegas. So I disagree with you.
No, I understand. And what I'm trying to convey to you is some of the dialogue that occurred during our negotiations that led us to get where we arrived at in the deal, and where I believe we ended up with a good deal. We have a sort of a safety valve in the agreement that says, in the event the city and CIM cannot agree on the boundaries of the ENA conveyance site within 24 months, either party can cancel the DDA. Now, there was an issue there. Neither one of us wanted to just keep stringing this thing out. If we couldn't get NDOT's approval, and we couldn't get a release, and we couldn't get fundamental agreement on what we were going to sell in terms of the total scope of real estate, I wanted, from the city's position, the ability to get out of this deal and move on. And I think they would too. At some point, you realize you can't make a deal and you have to move on. So this is I think more in our favor than theirs, but it was an important point.
Your Honor, if I may, one more time.
Yes.
You know, just to point out some fundamentals, thank you, sir. They purchased the Lady Luck. They're going to sink a ton of money into the Lady Luck anyway. They're going to do the streetscapes and make it look great and make it look wonderful anyway.
That's right.
This is just, the cherry on top to include all of this other parcel wrapped around the Mob Museum. So they're already in the game.
Right.
And they've already made substantial investment, and they're moving forward, and they're going to do what they need to do. I want to know here at the end of the day, what are we getting out of this?
Right.
What are the people of this city getting out of this?
That's right. And we took that position. In fact, that position was our position going in. If we do nothing, you've acquired this property and must have an exit strategy. You've got to be planning to do something. The question was, how much? Is it simply buffing it up and reopening it as a second or third class hotel, or is it taking it to the highest level that we could push them to take it to and get a really high quality project? Something that's very similar to what we saw over in Southern California. A stellar project. That's what we wanted. And that's what we think we've got them to commit to.
And I will take Councilman Ross. I mean, that's how the deal is, the DDA is structured, is that it's not, and that's why the Lady Luck entity is not part of that agreement. That is a separate private development. This is, in our mind, this is a very fair transaction, but it's beneficial to have the developer be someone who's next door so that the projects between Lady Luck, the post office block, and the museum are coordinated well together instead of having three separate developers all adjacent to each other.
Okay, Your Honor, may I respond? I understand that entirely. I think I'm having the heartburn here on just one issue. There's a couple of issues. $1.70 a square foot for unlimited gaming as opposed to appraised value, and I concur with Councilman Wolfson in regards to you don't always get the appraised value. I don't want to leave a chunk of change on the table. We are in economic challenging times, and I want to get the biggest bang for the buck. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a beautiful project. You've already spent a ton of money getting to this point, looking at the other parcel across the street. You know, and Mr. Adams is right in regards to what we're getting back from it, and I want to see that. I mean, I want the people of the city to see this is a benefit to them, and not a, here you go, dude, knock yourself out and make a ton of money. That's kind of what I want to see.
Yeah, Scott, you'll probably touch on that.
Yeah, we're going to end on that note, I mean, which is all about what's in it for the city. And that's, we have to, because state law says that if we sell at less than appraised value, we have to claim an exemption and reconcile the difference between what we're selling for and what it appraised for through economic benefits. So I'm going to spend a lot of time on economic benefits. The other thing is they have some deadlines to accomplish that Lady Luck threshold, that Lady Luck threshold investment. They have to commence it by December of '09 next year. Now they have to start back through the process of redesign, permitting, contracting, and financing their project. And then they have to complete it within 2 years. That's a standard deadline clause that we have in all of our disposition and development agreements. Here's what's in it for the city. We've done a couple things on this project. We've modeled the economic impact of this project using generally accepted modeling software that shows, based on an investment in real estate, what kind of use they're planning in their master plan, what does it get us in economic impact and jobs? And this is a very, I want to point out, these are very conservative numbers. We use their base numbers. We have under the agreement a commitment from them to a minimum level of investment. Now, during our entire set of negotiations, from the beginning, they've got a master plan that is a $1.1 billion master plan that would generate, at full build-out, thousands of jobs. But we've got them to a minimum level of commitment in the agreements, and that's what we've modeled here. We didn't model their master plan. We modeled their minimum commitment that they are obligated under the agreement. In that minimum commitment, and the Lady Luck, it would generate just over 1,000 jobs, an economic impact of $105 million of payroll impact, and $12.2 million in new real estate taxes. Now, our model is a citywide model, and you'll see in your backup, the taxes generated in the model are less than we're showing here because it doesn't reflect the fact that it's in the RDA, and the RDA captures 100% of the real estate taxes, not just the city portion if you're outside of the RDA, and I wanted to recognize that up front. Then there's a range of commitment they make in the agreement on 100 to 200,000 retail, 350 to 500 of other mixed use, and we've modeled that accordingly. With private investment, jobs ranging from 1,077 to 1,436, an economic impact of well over $100 million, and then new taxes on those levels of investment of $34 and $49.8 million respectively. Now, this is where we reconcile what we allegedly are giving away and write down and what we're getting in taxes. This shows what we're getting in taxes as a city, what that write down is, the difference between appraised value and what we're actually selling for, and what the net new taxes are in the project. Now, these aren't annualized. We take the tax stream over the sunset period of the redevelopment agency. This is not a redevelopment agency project, but since it's in the RDA, we'll capture 100% of the real estate taxes. And the RDA sunsets in 2031, so we take that stream, discount that to present value, and that's this number. That's what it's worth today in its future tax stream. And so we end up with $4.8 million of net new taxes on the Lady Luck site, and anywhere from $29 to $45 million on the ENA site, on the site around the post office. So there's a tremendous return on investment. We're not in the hole on this project. We're actually making money. Now, I'm going to depart here. I thought about it this morning and realized what we're doing is talking about things on paper. And what I want to do is put up on the overhead, if I could switch over, hopefully it doesn't present too much of a challenge. One final slide, if we could pull that up tight. This is what really happens in the agreement in real life. You can talk about what you would have gotten under appraised value and what you're going to get and reconcile that difference, and we have to by state law. But what I wanted to summarize is what really happens under this agreement in terms of revenues coming into the city if we move forward under this agreement. 200,000 square feet of land at $75 to $140 a square foot generates $15 to $28 million in land sale proceeds. We're showing an actual tax impact. Forget the write-down. If they build all this, it'll hit the tax rolls at a projected level, and that will range anywhere from $46 to $62 million over that remaining life of the RDA. And then we're going to get $3 million over 10 years of signage income for a range of somewhere between $64 and $93 million. That write-down is paper. This is real. Then we've talked about forming a tourism improvement district. A tourism improvement district will capture up to 75% of their new sales taxes if we can get this approved. Now, I'm not showing this up under the subtotal because it's still speculative. We've got to go through that process and get it approved by the state. So I'm not banking on this yet till we're there. But that could generate another $40 million of revenue for the city coming out of the new sales taxes generated by this project through an innovative and creative financing mechanism, to give us a grand total of somewhere between $106 and $135 million in the door. Our commitments are best efforts. We believe those were commitments that we would have made anyways. The Mob Museum was on the table before they walked through the door. Stewart Avenue streetscaping was on the table in our CIP before they walked through the door. Ogden needs to be fixed. It's a dilapidated street. It was part of our RDA capital improvement program. What we're showing you is we're showing you how we can get to $100 million plus to do all that. And that's what we believe is the importance of this project. That's what really happens as a result of the agreement, not the paper transaction of what you could have gotten through appraisal and what you get in reality. So I wanted to finish on that because sometimes we lose sight of what actually happens in the agreement as a result of what you've entered into in black and white.
Mayor Goodman. Yes, please. And Scott, thank you. Great presentation. Plus, what we're doing is we're getting a developer who's ready to go in and continue to develop and improve the land he owns now. And I like your point, Mr. Rosen. And then you're going to develop land that's right next to you, so there's going to be some congruity there versus waiting 5 years, not selling them the land. Who knows what we may get in 5 years, and who knows what developer may want to develop it a little inconsistent with the current developer.
All right.
That is the end of my formal presentation. There's a companion item to this, and I think it was 47?
47, that's correct.
Which is that resolution that I referenced, that we make the finding of the exception to AB 312 for economic development purposes. And this economic impact information is the information that's part of the record that becomes part of that finding in that resolution.
Your Honor, if I can?
Yes.
Great on the numbers, and I need to see that justification, because as the press writes about this, as we, as council members, go out in the community and people talk to us and ask us questions about this, I don't want this to appear like it's a sweetheart deal. Anything we do at downtown, it can't have that appearance. And so I needed you to show me those numbers again, and for the benefit of the public to see those numbers as well. We may be selling this land at below appraised value, but on the back end of this, there is significant income coming into the city for the city to use. And I just wanted to make that clear for the taxpayers of this city. How you're doing this, why you're doing this, our commitment as a council to downtown redevelopment is huge, as is yours. But I want it to be crystal clear to the public how this is coming about. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you for the excellent presentation, both you and Mr. Rosen. At this time, I'm going to ask whether or not there are any questions that the council may have of Mr. Adams or Mr. Rosen.
You know, if I could, I just want to follow up on Councilman Ross's comments real quick. I think one of the questions we have to ask ourselves, and Mr. Adams made the reference a couple different times about the value of downtown properties in other cities. The question we need to ask ourselves is, why is this property at the value that it is today? And it's because of what has happened in and around Union Park, the efforts that we've been able to put forward. Like you said, Mayor, yourself, 9 years ago, this property wasn't worth this much money. So to me, I don't know whether it's the assessed value is going to determine anything, but when you go and get these appraisals in the real estate market today, I hate to use the word phony, but a lot of these appraisals that you get on some of these houses and stuff, you're not ever going to get the price that they're appraised for. People are begging just to give their houses away, and people aren't taking them. So that's on this side, and on this side over here, when I first came here, who would have ever thought that we'd even be talking about getting this much money for a piece of land like this? And even the land that we have to the east of us, you know, I think it's just tremendous that we can even sell it for $75 million a foot, or even $140 a foot. To me, it's just amazing. Thank you.
Any comments or questions?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, certainly, Councilman.
Scott, great presentation. The reason why I asked for you to explain the difference in the two was for the public and the viewers to see the transparency as to why, in fact, we chose to move in the direction in which we're going, because of the economic impact that we will receive on the back end of the deal, which is very attractive. And so that's why I prompted the question to you, to basically explain that, and you articulated that very well. And so for that, I thank you. But in the process, I believe that this development, completely built out, would not only energize what's happening in the downtown area, but it will also create an opportunity for other properties that currently exist in the area to really upgrade themselves as well. So I agree with Councilman Ross in the sense that Mr. Rosen and CIM may believe that this site is inferior to the Union Park site. I believe that it's superior due to the current location in which the Lady Luck sits and the proposed expansion of the development of the CIM development, attaching itself to an already existing gaming community that currently operates today. So with that point moving forward, I look forward to the developer as well as the city working together to move this project forward and to really bring about a change that the downtown community is in desperate need of.
In response, well, first of all, I stand corrected on my opinion on the differential in value, but I believe the legislative intent of AB 312 was to ensure that transparency. I know I was involved in the legislative process 2 sessions ago, and it was very clear that was a legislative intent. It wasn't that we couldn't sell for less than fair value or appraised value. It was that if you do so, you have to claim that it's either for economic development or redevelopment purposes and be transparent about what that difference was. And if you notice in the last several larger projects that we brought forward where we've sold land, we've been very transparent about what that differential is, if there was a differential. And we believe you have to look at the whole deal, look at all the different aspects of it, and look at it as a package, not just one aspect of it. You know, the thing where I believe, and I've said this for the record, that I think it's one of the better deals I've seen and been involved in is that subtle difference between the words shall and best efforts on our commitments under the agreement. I think if I were in another city, in another deal, it would say shall in the agreement.
Well,
And we don't have a mandatory obligation to make those commitments. It's upside for the city on coming out of this deal, and I think that's a very, very important distinction.
And let me just say this in closing, and not to belabor the point, but shall this agreement come to life, you can best believe that the entire community in the downtown will be looking forward to utilizing the same mechanism that we're using right now in order to make this a reality.
Thank you. All right. This is not a public hearing, but...
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor.
I can wait until the end. I just wanted to voice a concern on public record that I've asked many times to have the background information at least a week in advance when we have complicated issues like this. And through no fault of Scott. Scott, you did a great job. You came and met with me last night. Maybe our discussion helped you focus, and this is a beautiful presentation, and it helped a lot. But I do believe that we have to have the background information, or at least know what the proposal is, a week in advance, and not just 2 days, because it's very difficult to look into things carefully. I do this. I don't feel I have full knowledge of everything, but I respect what you've done. I respect what the city has accomplished. But could I just go on record again requesting that we have the complicated issues? Please let us know what's coming on the agenda, or let us know the background information a full week in advance. Thank you very much. And that's probably not a real important thing, except it might apply to the future.
Okay. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Adams, you mentioned some key words, the whole package. We go through with this deal, should it be approved, and they follow through with all of their commitments and pump a bunch of money into Lady Luck and then the surrounding properties, the mob museums. We do our part with the mob museum. They work issues out with the Department of Transportation and all that. And it works out great. What about after the doors are open? Talk to us about the whole package in regards to you mentioned permanent jobs, and that's significant, because you know me and how I feel about people working. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 possible permanent jobs. That's significant. Are they going to be reflective of the total economic package that the downtown workers have worked so hard to get to today? I mean, we want good paying jobs for these people. The more money, of course, the residents in this city make, the more money they're going to spend, and that, of course, helps us with our tax base. So I'd like to hear some comments about that. I don't believe there is a clause or anything in this agreement reflecting issues with employment. And you know, the numbers are great, and you know I always want to see those numbers from any of the projects. But I'd like to see something in there that some kind of guarantee or assurances in this agreement that those of the people that will work down there will receive the same kind of benefit an economic package that the current workers in the downtown area are receiving. That's significant to me.
Let me respond on one level by saying that this is not a redevelopment agency agreement. CIM did not ask for any benefits of the redevelopment agency. If you see all the TIF and all that come to the city, we don't rebate any of it back to them. So we are not compelled under the state redevelopment law to mandate prevailing wage or an employment plan on this project.
Let me stop him right there. It has nothing to do with prevailing wage.
Sure, I understand.
It has nothing to do with the construction of this resort or prospective resorts, plural.
Right.
It has to do with the doors are open and people are working. What assurances do we have? And maybe we need to look at this as a council in regards to how do we know that those employees are going to be taken care of, those workers are going to be making a fair wage with some kind of benefits package behind it. I don't know. I'm asking that question. I don't have the answer.
I think this might be a good one for Jeff to talk about in terms of their commitments. I just remember the day, now it's probably been 2 years ago, that the Lady Luck closed, and a whole bunch of folks got laid off. And that is not a joyful day as a business development director in a city. Those are the kinds of things you take fairly personally. So reopening this project and bringing those people back into the workforce is a very, very important thing. And I think maybe I'll defer to Jeff in terms of their commitment, maybe examples of other projects that they've involved in terms of commitments to employment.
From an overall development perspective on specifically to Lady Luck, we're still working through development plans as well as in terms of the operator of the property. We're still talking to various parties in terms of finalizing the overall joint venture of that project. So as we stand here today, we sort of have I think in all of our larger projects we've done in every city. It's just part of that process as these projects go through pre-development into development, finding the right operating partners, that at the appropriate time we sit and make sure that the employees that are working at the properties are treated appropriately. For this project, because we don't have that operator with us today, we hope to in the short term, but we would definitely make sure that it's treated appropriately.
Well, Your Honor, if I can continue, I think it's significant, regardless if it was you, CIM, Lady Luck, whoever is down here, and maybe hopefully one day there'll be a hotel casino sitting where we're at. I mean, I understand the goals, but I'm going to ask those same questions because I think it's significant that as operators come downtown, and we want them to, that the employees that work there have some good paying jobs and that they can feed their families and take care of their bills. We're in economic times. They're challenging, and we need to address that. And I think, have you not entered into similar agreements and other developer agreements through other municipalities in regards to employees and the structure and how that's going to work?
We have in other cases. Those are ones where we're typically in this case, we didn't enter into those until we had our operator on board. So it's a matter of timing in terms of the process that we're in.
Okay. All right.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman.
Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, likewise, great presentation, and certainly thank you for the detail. I'd just make a comment as far as this project as a standalone, just forgetting about everything else that's happened or will happen downtown. I mean, you've made a compelling case as far as the benefits. I think this whole appraisal thing, your comments towards the state law and the intent, I think, are important. We certainly want to get the appraisal, but as you've indicated, an appraisal is all about timing and who's ready to pay what the appraisal says or negotiate downward. But as a standalone, this project is fantastic. It's great for downtown. I think the evidence that you've put forth today is certainly justifies the public good, and I think that's what our concerns or questions would be geared towards, protecting the public good. But I think it's important to keep it in perspective that this is one project in the past 8 years of downtown redevelopment and hopefully the next 20 years of redevelopment. It's the people downtown that are struggling right now, some of the high-rises that are ready for occupancy that are struggling. It's the small businesses on East Fremont that are trying to get their doors open. It's the existing operators on Fremont Street that are investing and reinvesting in the properties. It's the synergy of downtown that has to be included in this whole dialogue today. Because what CIM brings to the table is going to help each and every other business person, worker, investment group that's looking at downtown to keep that momentum going. The mayor has spoken in the past about the incremental success, that we look back over the past 5 years and you see all these pieces of downtown that are creating ultimately what the vision of the mayor and the council has been stated publicly. So I don't want us to lose sight of how important this is. I mean, it's easy. It's easy for us to sit up here and say, well, let's wait a little bit. Let's not negotiate. Let's not try to get a fair deal. Let's wait and maybe we'll get a better deal. But the more we wait, and all you have to look at some of the other governmental agencies from local to the state that take that let's wait approach, and all it does is put us deeper and deeper into the hole. And downtown can't afford to wait. We have to look for the real investors, the people with a proven track record like CIM, and get them downtown. Get them investing not only in the Lady Luck, but looking at the adjacent land. And I think some of my colleagues mentioned what this project would do to the existing City Hall site and the land east of City Hall. It may be worth X today, but if this becomes a reality, it's going to be worth 2X or 3X. And that, the worst thing we can do, downtown is a challenge, as you and your staff know every day, to go out and get people to compete with City Center and a $9 billion project. Downtown has always been a challenge and always will be a challenge. Downtown in this economic climate right now is a bigger challenge than we've faced at least in the last 8 years. So this is the kind of project that we have to aggressively go after to keep that momentum going, because the success of this project is going to keep downtown vibrant, moving in a positive direction, create the jobs. We as a city, this is my personal opinion, should be doing everything possible today to be aggressive in not only getting the CIMs down here and real projects underway, but we should be putting business on the street for our local contractors and business people to keep their doors open and keep people working. We should be working hard for that small business person on East Fremont Street to facilitate their ability to get up and operational. We have to be aggressive more than ever before because of the climate we're in. So I think this is a great project. It's another great sign that the downtown is strong and growing and will certainly be the future of the city of Las Vegas as far as developing that core. And it should never, we should never lose the perspective of what CIM is in the snapshot in time of what's happened in the past few years and what we hope will happen in the decade ahead. So I think it's a great presentation, certainly supportive of the project, and appreciate the negotiations that you've gone through.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, did you want to add something?
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on my colleagues in the sense of not only will the city of Las Vegas win in this development, we need to make sure that those employees in the community overall shares in the windfall of the success of this development. So my question will then be, how do we do that? How do we work together as a city and CIM working with the community to make sure that everyone wins in this process, specifically the employees who will be working at this development? And so with that, I just want to make sure that everyone is clear that there is a standard in which all of the property owners operate in the downtown area. And we will look for CIM, as well as your new user, to basically join hands with how, in fact, we conduct business in the downtown area so that we can be community partners on all fronts. So if you can just speak to that, I would greatly appreciate it.
I'll repeat what I said in terms of, specifically for the ENA site, part of what the uses of that site are a little bit to be determined, whether or not the mix of retail includes gaming or not, how much hotel, and that will be determined over the next probably 12 to 24 months. On the Lady Luck site, which is in a separate venture, again, we are out working with talking to various operators, various potential investment partners on that transaction. I can't speak on ongoing discussions we're having, but I can say that CIM throughout our investment platform in various cities feels we've always treated the employees that work at our investments fairly.
Yes, and I had an opportunity to travel to California and experience all of the various properties that you all have within your structure, and they are all beautiful, and raving reviews from everyone that you work with. And I just want to make sure that that same level of quality and friendship transcend into our community here in Las Vegas, to make sure that we continue to keep our standard as far as Las Vegas, but also include your standard coming into the community as well.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think we think very highly of the employees that work at our projects. Given how we invest, sometimes we're directly the employer, other times we're a capital source. But in any case, it's important to us that the employees are treated fairly and consistent with the local neighborhood.
And you mentioned 2 points. In some cases, you're the capital source. In other cases, you're the employer. Elaborate on which one would you be here in Las Vegas?
I think right now, obviously, we're not a licensed operator. We're still evaluating alternatives at Lady Luck. But we would expect to partner with a either both from an investment perspective or from an operator perspective, another firm at some point in the future.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. This is not a public hearing, but how many people would like to be heard here? All right. How much time do you need?
Well, they had about...
No, not they. How much time do you need?
We would like about 8 minutes.
Give them 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. My name is Chris Boner. I'm at 427 Flame Circle here in Las Vegas. I represent the Culinary Union. We represent 5,000 members downtown, so we have a big stake in what's going on in the redevelopment, and we want to first thank the mayor and the city council for the redevelopment that's been happening, because we think it's been beneficial to the city, it's been beneficial to our members. However, this deal is, in our view, not a good deal. It's not a good deal for the taxpayers. It's not a good deal for the city, and its economic development objectives, I think, are questionable. It's been rushed through, this deal, where the public has had 5 days to look at this thing, literally, and now I have 5 minutes to take a complex deal and boil it down. And in this morning's Las Vegas Sun, we have a expert raising serious objections, and Mr. Adams' response to that is that he's conservative. Well, we think we should be conservative with taxpayers' money. We think that's a good practice. And there's also allegations that the appraisal process here has been pressured by the staff of OBD. So we think this should slow down, and there should be an outside appraisal. Now, there's a lot of discussion about what's going to happen in this deal. It's very simple. The CIM is saying, we'll renovate the Lady Luck if you give us a whole host of things down the line. And this was obviously debunked in the memo that was referred to in the Las Vegas Sun today, and I think the City Council should review that material so you can make a decision with all the facts. Now, we're going to give them land. The reason why this land is so valuable is that the city is planning to spend $50 million at the museum. By its own projections, 685,000 tourists are going to come down to this area, and that's great, and we support the museum. And that's why CIM purchased this land, because they're going to benefit from this public investment. And it was a wise investment. But now they're saying, well, before we invest, before we renovate the Lady Luck, we need below market value land. And you should know that this land, when they close after the Lady Luck is renovated, there's a financing contingency. They can walk away from this deal. So you're essentially locking in today's prices five years down the line. There is a $1.5 million liability for the city to clean up the site around the museum that hasn't been disclosed. The city is contemplating, and I think it's in your public purpose analysis, $40 to $50 million to do a parking garage, infrastructure improvements, and a plaza on the land that CIM is going to acquire. So the city is contemplating building a garage for a casino developer. The Ogden parking garage, that's been explained, and it's another significantly below appraised value. And what wasn't discussed is that the city is contemplating a 99-year lease for $1 a year for CIM to manage a very profitable pavilion next to the museum. So we look at all these sort of inducements that have been given to the CIM to do what their business is. They bought the Lady Luck with no promises from the city, with no promises of any of this. So we would also look at this process. The city has reached these appraisal values. They reached their price of $75 before they ever got appraisals, which is an odd way to negotiate a land value when you don't know the value of land. And we would also point out that this sets a very dangerous precedent for the city, because the many downtown casinos have invested heavily in their properties. The Golden Nugget, $200 to $300 million with very little subsidies. The El Cortez, the Four Queens. There's been minimal subsidies compared to the tens to nearly $100 million subsidy that's going on here. And every other developer, casino developer in this town that's going to come, they're going to ask for this deal tip. So you should be aware that you're opening a Pandora's box of endless subsidies for casino developers. And I want to address really directly this issue about the benefits that have been put up on the PowerPoint. And I think we know something about benefits representing the workers who work downtown and make this city run. Number one, there's a discussion about all the property taxes the city is going to get. The city is not going to get that. It's going to go to the redevelopment agency. Typically, property taxes go to the schools, they go to the city, they go to the police, they go to the fire. They're dedicated to that. Because we're in a redevelopment area, those taxes are going to go to the redevelopment authority here. And so that's not going to go for vital services that we need. The sales taxes, this tourism improvement district, you should be very clear, and it's laid out what the intent of the tourism improvement district is. Laid out in 4.03 of the agreement. The intent.
30 seconds.
Okay. I think it is of concern that you don't want to hear all of our testimony today, but I will cut to the chase. And I think it is alarming that the city is going to go forward without hearing all the opinions on this and a thorough investigation. But the jobs that they're talking about, there's no guarantee that these jobs are good jobs. CIM in other districts has agreed to extensive community benefit agreements, and because those redevelopment agencies negotiated them. This wasn't even an issue for the redevelopment agency. All jobs are good jobs.
That's it.
These jobs are going to be low-paying jobs with no agreement. So
Thank you.
we think you should really look at this project clearly with all the facts.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
10 seconds. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, professional entertainer. I had an opportunity to have experience at the 3rd Street Mall in Santa Monica, a place called Club California. The CIM project can work, but there's a long way between can and shall. It requires substantive content and people who care enough to make it work. I'll help them if they understand where I'm coming from. And I intend to call Councilman Ross privately with some insights and perceptions with regard to other properties in California. But bottom line, you can pass this and you can make it work. The trick is make it work. You'll need help. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody want to be heard before I have my remarks? All right. We'll wind this up with some observations that I'd like to make. I'm speaking for myself as the mayor. I'm not speaking to bind my council as far as my observations. But I look out my window, and for the past several years I've seen a rotting corpse. The Lady Luck structure, if you want to call it that, has been a blight. It's detracted from some phenomenal development that we've had in our inner core. All we have to do, and I've said it before, and it bears repeating, is to look back 9 years ago. You couldn't give away property in downtown Las Vegas because nobody would want to pay the property taxes on it. It wasn't worth 2 cents. And then the city, through the council, made a decision to purchase an old railroad site. It's called a brownfield. These are properties that ordinarily are less than desirable, and as a result of our confidence in purchasing by way of a trade, the 61 acres, which we now call Union Park, we were able to attract the World Market Center, a phenomenal way of diversifying our economy and bringing new monies and a new vision into the downtown. The discount mall, where we were criticized that such a mall has no place in a downtown. They're supposed to be out in the suburbs, and we had Mr. Silvestri from Chelsea Simon here just the other day indicating how successful that project has been. We've been able to attract new office buildings in a downtown with the Mulaski Southern Nevada Water Authority building and the IRS building. As a result of what we've done over in Union Park, we've had 5 new condominiums, residential, that have been built in our downtown when before that time there were none. The properties on Fremont Street that did not invest any money back into their properties have invested hundreds of millions of dollars into their properties in order to make it competitive as far as attracting the tourism industry. And the East Fremont Street district is just at the verge, at the cusp of creating new vitality in the downtown, and that's as a result of what this council has done, because the council has been visionary, and that was in good times. That's what we did in good times. Now, I just got back from the Conference of Mayors down in Miami. Ms. Fretwell was with me, and the first afternoon we were there, we heard a presentation by the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Miami, who said how they're confronting this recession, and make no doubt about it, it is a recession. And what they were doing is they were forming public-private partnerships to try to show that the city had confidence in itself, and they were working with the private sector in order to build the inner core. And there was nothing easy about it because they were subject to criticism, and every day they would read what they were doing was unrealistic in light of the present economics, but they made up their mind that in these bad times, it's the city's responsibility to be aggressive and to develop and not to sit back and let the world pass it by, and that's what they did, and it was almost a roadmap for what we're doing here, and perhaps we're even at the cutting edge and leading the way in the way we approach these types of developments. Now, I'm very disappointed in the Culinary Workers Union. These are not supposed to, I'm not supposed to say things like that. I probably, of all the politicians, or of all the elected officials, maybe in the state, have been the most loyal as far as working with the Culinary Union, being supportive of the Culinary Union. I'm not diminishing my colleagues' relationship with them, but when I was first elected, they asked me not to go into certain places because there were invisible picket lines there, and I listened to them because I felt that what they were doing for our community, representing the core of what makes Las Vegas great, the diverse group of people who are actually the strength of Las Vegas, the ones who service our tourist industry, the ones who make sure that everybody who comes into our valley is treated with dignity and respect. They have given those people the opportunity to achieve the American dream in their representation. So don't take this as a knock on what their purpose is. But I am really unhappy with the way they've gone about their business. I am really unhappy when we had REI, which was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot, come into our community here, And the first thing I know is after we go through trying to create a multi-billion-dollar project, a $10 billion project in our downtown where we're so darn hard to get anything going here, that the culinary went and they filed a lawsuit trying to set aside the gaming district that we had set up. And now, once again, they're knocking on our door and telling us that we shouldn't do business with CIM. And I resent that. I really do. We're going to do business for the best interest of the city of Las Vegas. That's not going to detract from my being supportive of the workers that the culinary is supposed to be representing here, but they're not going to tell me how to vote. Now, this project is the best thing that's happened in the downtown since Union Park. This is a wonderful project. This is a project that is part of this giant jigsaw puzzle that we are trying to create, where each part will fit in and complement and be symbiotic with the other parts in order to make this into the world-class city that each and every one of us desires it to be. We are getting value for this land. This is no giveaway. This isn't any candy store here. We're getting value for land when nobody's buying land. They're offering us $3 million under one condition for an acre, or $6 million under another condition for an acre, when nobody's buying land. You can go all through this downtown here. Nobody's financing land. Nobody's coming up with money for land. That's why these poor people who took a risk with us to build the condos here, that they're having such a hard time because they can't get people to finance the purchase of the condos. They had people who showed interest in it, but when the contract went hard, there was no money for it. Now these people are coming in and they're saying they're going to pay us money, and they got a track record. As Councilman Barlow said, he went down to Southern California, and the other council people did too, and they saw what CIM did there. I mean, these are real people who have real projects, who took the 3rd Street Promenade, which was a rinky-dink street in Santa Monica, and made it into the ultimate tourist destination in Southern California. They took over the old building where the Academy Awards are shown in California. They made it into a beautiful facility that is going to become world-renowned again because of the investment that they made. And they want to come into our community. They're going to build Lady Luck no matter what we do. But we have the opportunity here now to have a partner in the private sector who takes us to a whole new level, who's going to raise the prices of this property here, this City Hall site, the 12 acres we have across the street. Those property values are going to go up, and they're setting the norm for the way people are going to be thinking of downtown Las Vegas. They won't have to look at the rotting corpse anymore. They're going to see a beautiful new building. They're going to see activity. They're going to see life. That's what this project represents. And it was very upsetting to me that prematurely, as far as I'm concerned, that people tried to put a damper on it. There comes a time when an operator's in there and negotiations are proper, where people try to get their interests represented, but not to ruin a project right in the inception, not to tell CIM we don't want them here. We welcome you with open arms. You're a live one, when the rest of the economic community is gasping on its last breath at this point in time. So as far as I'm concerned, I can't support this project any more than my vote in support of it, but I just feel that this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for the city of Las Vegas. If anybody has anything to say, I'd like to hear from them now, or else we'll call for the vote.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question?
Sure.
My understanding from our meeting late yesterday afternoon, Scott, was that the Lady Luck had, and I'm asking this because there seemed to be contradictory information presented by the union. My understanding from what you told me was that the Lady Luck CIM needed to complete the $1 million of renovation at Lady Luck before these other pieces go into place. Is that correct?
They need to commence construction on it. They,
They need to commence
and open.
and open. That's what I thought. You have to do the renovation and open with the renovation at a certain three-star level before these other pieces fall into place.
Right. In the definition section of the agreement, and then in another part, we clearly define what we mean by that Lady Luck threshold and the timing of that threshold, and it's pretty clear.
Well, I wanted to clarify for anybody who's watching today, because I didn't want them to feel that we were going into this before CIM completed their obligation of the renovation.
Well, there's some logistics there, too. It's much faster, just if you think about it commonsensically, to design, finance, and build a renovation of an existing building than it is to start from scratch on new construction on a whole new complex and get through that entitlement and other processes, the approvals. So there's, just from a timing standpoint, you couldn't do that anyways.
And I understand that, but in the material you gave to us, and you listed CIM's commitment to the city, that's where it was stated that that needed to be completed and opened before the other parts begin to fall into place.
That's correct.
And I just want that on the record. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Councilman Barlow, let's have a motion, please.
Not without my comments, Mayor.
Go for it.
Thank you. Everyone should agree that the status in which the Lady Luck sits today is in desperate repair. I mean, the way it looks, it really is a blight on all the surrounding properties in the downtown area, and that's not good. This council is responsible for really revitalizing and bringing economic stimuli into depressed areas, such as downtown. However, downtown is turning around, and the quality in which we're looking to bring online is something that the entire community will be very, very excited about and very proud of at the same time. The public-private relationship that has been created in the best interest of our constituency, I must say this council must also stand in support of the benefits of those community members who will be the employees of these nice developments that come to downtown, such as the CIM development. As we move forward, we want to make sure, Mayor, and you are right, we can't chase away developers who are looking to do business in the downtown, but what we can do is hold those developers to a standard in which this community will and can support at the same time. We must not chase them away. I agree. But we not only welcome CIM, but we welcome any developer, in-state or out, to come and do business in the downtown, because we are looking forward to really turning up the standard in which we operate the facilities and properties all throughout downtown, really making it a place for not only the tourists, but the entire community as a whole. So with that being said, I would like to move forward approval, subject to all staff's conditions, and wish the best of luck to CIM and the city working collectively to make sure that this development comes out of the ground and is something that we can all be proud of. But at the same time, and I stand on this, I look forward to CIM really working with the community and your future employees, making sure that whomever your user will be will basically sit down and do the right thing, because there is a standard in which we operate in downtown, and we would like to make sure that you continue to hold up that standard. So with that being said, Mayor, that will be my motion at this time.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And on item 47, pardon me.
On item number 47, I would move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions.
All right, and the recommendation would include the finding?
Yes.
Right,
Yes, it will include the finding.
Very good.
Thank you.
Does that sufficiently make the record?
Yeah, I think I would make the statement is that we would incorporate by reference all those economic impact findings that I made on item 43 as part of the record for item 47.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for an excellent presentation. Okay, item 44 is discussion and possible action regarding a temporary change of business name, change of location, and change of ownership for a beer, wine, cooler, off-sale license, subject to the provision of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations from Martha's Vineyard LLC, doing business as Cactus Depot at 1571 North Buffalo Drive, Suite 100, pardon me, to Town Center Grocer 102 LLC, doing business as a Town Center Grocer at 1571 North Buffalo Drive. This is in Ward 4. Yes, Ms. Meyer.
Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Mayor and Council, the principles that we have on this application for beer, wine, cooler off-sale license have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval, and that would be my recommendation, subject to all conditions.
Great, thank you. Any questions, Ms. Meyer? Sir, do you want to be heard? Please identify yourself for the record.
Mike Villion, 1571 North Buffalo. We appreciate Finance and Business Services recommendation and here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Villion? All right, seeing none, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff recommendations, subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. Item 45 is discussion and possible action regarding a suspension of a temporary massage establishment license, 5 Stars Consumer, Inc., doing business as Sunflower Massage at 2127 Paradise Road. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Henry.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here with Mr. Buchanan, who represents your licensee in this matter. Your licensee appears not to be present. I have been told by Mr. DeFiore, your business licensing manager, that notice of today's proceedings was provided to Mr. Tang, your licensee, by either certified or registered letter.
All right, Mr. Buchanan, would you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Bucky Buchanan for the massage parlor owner. You know, I sent Mr. DeFiore a letter April 15th asking that the matter be continued to after the trials of the 3 parties that were in there. We've had 2 trials so far. Both of them are not guilty. And the third one was to be had last week, but the officer who was there, one of them was testified here, went on vacation, so it was continued. So we had hoped to come in at a time after that trial and present that to the board and the council, because that's what you wanted, was to see what happened in those trials. But I was not notified of any date, and unfortunately, if my client did receive that, I have not been notified by him.
Well, this was the date that was set. That's number one. Number two, I've been advised that we had a deal. The deal that we had, I'm talking about you, your client, me, and the council, was that during the pendency of these proceedings, while we were giving you the benefit of going through the criminal process, that the establishment would remain closed.
That's true.
And I've been advised as of yesterday that there were at least 2 occasions when the establishment was open and doing business. So I believe that in and of itself is sufficient to say there are no further agreements and we're going to proceed today.
All right.
And I guess that, as far as I'm concerned, the fact that the deal was broken, I'll consider a motion at this time.
Pardon me, Mayor.
Yeah.
That might have been part of your briefing, but still for you to make a decision and for my successor, Mr. Urbeck, to protect that decision in district court, a record needs to be developed, and I have officers present.
I never liked records, Mr. Henry, but go ahead.
I can put on the whole proceeding or just what you referred to. I think it's safer to allow me as quickly as possible to put on the whole proceeding, including the alleged acts of prostitution, because those were the ones that Mr. Buchanan was given.
Well, I'll tell you right off the bat, with the 2 acquittals, forget about those.
Well, let me submit this to Your Honor and the council. I don't think the acquittals are relevant, and the reason is, as we understand, the duty of the pro tem municipal judge listening to the bench trial was to determine whether or not the evidence submitted rose to the highest level known to the law, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And these 2 pro tems in 2 different trials decided that it did not. but we don't know what level that they found that it was. Your obligation is to look at the evidence and compare it to a lesser standard, which is preponderance of the evidence, 50% plus 1. And so I think that that's still relevant evidence for you to understand.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
I'm not an attorney, okay? I sit between two of the finest. I got two of the finest in front of me, but I'm not an attorney. We had a deal, okay? We had a deal that there was going to be no business going on at this location during this time. I was told that there has been two different occasions where Metro went out there and found illegal things going on at this location. Now, would it be all right if we hear what was said, what would happen, what went on, and then we can go from there?
Absolutely, and I'll call the witnesses to prove
fine.
up those incidents. And so I would ask Detective May to come forward, please. And do we have the microphone?
You want me to sit down? I'll let her have it.
All right, have a seat.
Yeah, come.
Whatever you want, Mr. Buchanan.
You got a microphone right here.
You can stand, you can sit, doesn't matter.
I might add, before she starts, I've had no knowledge of this until just a few minutes ago.
Right, and I found out about it last night.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to ask you questions. You've read the reports, right? All right. Would you testify for me, please? Would you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Detective Cynthia May, M-A-Y.
You're an officer of the Metropolitan Police.
That's correct.
You're assigned to Special Investigations Section.
That's correct.
How long have you been so assigned?
Approximately about 6.5 years.
As part of your duties, have you spoken with other officers and read reports generated by other officers having to do with a business within the city of Las Vegas at 2127 Paradise Road, commonly known as Sunflower Massage?
That's correct.
And as a result of speaking with those officers and reading reports generated by those officers, are you aware of two investigations that occurred at that business, at that location, the first of which occurred on the 21st of May?
Yes, I am.
And that would be 21st of May this year.
Yes.
And what's your understanding of what officers found going on the 21st of May, 2008 at Sunflower Massage?
Upon the undercover officer or undercover detective entering into the business, he had made contact with an Asian female, had requested a massage, and at that time she advised him that it would be a 30-minute wait. He then identified himself as a police officer and then was checking the room where this individual had exited. At the time of entering the room, he did see a gentleman laying unclothed on a massage table with a towel covering his buttocks.
Based on that information and your experience as a Metropolitan Police officer assigned to Special Investigations, did you form an opinion whether or not on the 21st of May Sunflower Massage was open for business and performing massages?
According to the reports, they were open for business.
Directing your attention to the 24th of June, 2008, did officers of the Metropolitan Police go to Sunflower Massage?
That's correct.
And what did they discover there?
They did an undercover operation with our vice detectives. One of the gentlemen went in, made contact again with the Asian female, and requested a massage, and was escorted back to the room and was told to unclothe and lay down on the massage table. And a brief conversation during the, a brief conversation, and she agreed to perform a sexual act.
And once again, based on this information that you gleaned from the reports and talking to officers and your experience as a Special Investigations Metropolitan Police detective, did you form an opinion whether or not the business, Sunflower Massage, was open for business and operating on the 24th of June, 2008?
Yes, they were open.
All right. I have no further questions
I have
on
questions.
these issues.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Why did the police officers go over there at this time, at these two different times?
At the recommendation of the council, when we were here earlier, back in February, back in March, we continually checked the residents both during the day shift and evening hours. We had received some complaints in regards to the business being open during the evening hours, and we also received a complaint that the business was operating outside the back, using the back door for regular customers. So when the vice detectives went in on June 24th, they entered in through the back door.
And this is just during this time, they're supposed to be closed, no business, right, Mr. DeFiore? And that's why I feel like we need to hear this today. That's why I wanted it heard today, because I will not tolerate this type of behavior in Ward 3, especially that close to the Strip, to the residents. I get really, really mad when things like this happen. I trusted them to do what they said they was going to do, and I think it put Mr. Buchanan in a bad light, and I would...
Not put me in a bad light. I just represent these people, and what she's saying is hearsay. I mean, I would have liked to have cross-examined the officers, but I can see the tenor of this board is not going to allow that to happen.
It may be hearsay, but I'm sure that she's telling us what happened, and I can certainly appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
Well, we have to give him the right to cross-examine.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yes, there's a cross-examine.
The city code does provide that he has a right to cross-examine the witness.
Well, I can't cross-examine a witness who's saying hearsay. She wasn't there. She doesn't know. And of course,
That's fine.
that's a little difficult.
That's fine.
But in any event, I would object to her testimony because it is hearsay. I would have liked to have had the two officers who went into that location on the 24th of May, the 24th of June, and of course had some type of report that I could have looked at prior to this time. But in any event, we'll just object to her testimony as it's not able to be cross-examined when she's just relating what someone else has said, what someone else has observed.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I
Think you made
might,
your objection.
I think it's important to make a record that Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06, having to do with this proceeding, refers to Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.88, that provides that the technical rules of evidence do not apply, which is widely understood to mean that hearsay is admissible. But I take Mr. Buchanan's point, and because of that, I think it is important, or would be important, to protect this record. If you'd let me call one more witness that doesn't bear directly on the prostitution charges, but rather an examination of the massage establishment, and the findings of that examination was certainly inconsistent with a licensed massage establishment in the city of Las Vegas. It would not take more than 2 or 3 minutes. And Mr. Buchanan was given notice of this.
All right, fine.
Thank you. I would call Tracy Cruz, Tracy Kruse.
There is a gentleman who is lurking behind you.
That's all right. He can lurk.
He can lurk? All right.
Would you state your name, please, and spell your last name?
I'm crime scene analyst Tracy Cruz with Metro Police Department, and my last name is Kruse.
How long have you been so employed?
A year and 2 months.
What education and training do you have to perform this function?
I have a bachelor's in criminal justice with a forensic certificate. I was a deputy coroner before this, and upon being hired, I went through an academy field training program, and I had gone through the AIA course.
Have you testified in courts of law?
Not yet.
All right. On February 28, 2008, did you respond to 2127 Paradise Road, a business commonly known as Sunflower Massage?
Yes, I did.
And did you scientifically examine the walls and the floors of certain rooms inside that business?
Yes, I did.
In the first instance, what technique did you use to examine the walls and floors?
I used an alternate light source through several of the rooms at the parlor.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The alternate light source uses different wavelengths, and it lets you see more than what your plain eye can see. So it brings out chemical and biological substances in a room.
And when you use that alternate light source, what did you see?
The rooms glowed a lot.
And what did that suggest to you?
Well, it can be chemical or biological. That's why we have presumptive tests that we use on different substances.
And because the rooms glowed a lot, did you take samples and do presumptive tests?
I did.
And how many samples did you take from how many locations, roughly?
I just did the 3 rooms, and in each of the rooms I collected samples.
And did you subject these samples to presumptive tests for the presence of acid phosphatase?
Yes, I did.
For the court, or the council's clerk, would you spell phosphatase, please?
Oh. We're going to look down. P-H-O-S-P-H-A-T-A-S-E.
And did the presumptive test indicate the presence of acid phosphatase on the walls and floors of 3 rooms inside Sunflower Massage?
Well, I only tested it on the walls, and yes, those were positive.
And what is that indicative of being on the walls?
Semen.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You can't date the semen on the walls or know when it was placed there or how it was placed there.
No, I cannot.
So it could have been 5 years ago under a different owner than it was with the Sunflower Massage when you tested it on that date.
I can't put a date. I don't know how long it could stay on
So
there.
it could have been any time.
I don't know how long it could stay on
Can you in any way pin that on Sunflower Massage for that semen or phosphate being on the walls?
As I said, I don't know how long semen...
Your answer is no.
Mayor, sir, if I could, please. This is what I didn't want to get into. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not an attorney. All this other stuff goes on, happens whenever. I don't know, Mr. Buchanan. I really don't know when it happened. All I know was we had them before us, and they told us they were not going to do any business from here to here. We had people go in there, and they said they was here, between here and here. That, to me, negates the agreement we had. And I'm ready to make a motion, Your Honor.
Well, he's in the middle. I want to make sure that he...
That's fine. Okay.
That his rights are protected.
Okay.
Are you going to ask whether it was human or animal?
Well, you're a better attorney. You know, I would ask that. Is it animal or human?
It's just a presumptive test.
See, so they can't say, thank you.
That's enough.
Anyway, I mean, I know the tenor of the board and what it was the last time, so I've had my day. And
thank you. It's nice having you here. It's a beautiful tie, too. I'll consider a motion, please.
I make a motion now on this application, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
If I might, the code calls for you either giving them a license or revoking the license.
I believe it's a motion to revoke.
Very well, thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck.
At least you're
compassionate.
Consecutive with the last 3 items. Everyone says yes. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Item number 48 is Bill number 2008-20, establishes additional licensing requirements and regulations applicable to wedding chapels. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jervik? Could somebody read the bill, please?
Just ask for indulgence.
Oh.
I didn't anticipate that you would move it quite so quickly.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Bill number 28-20, an ordinance to establish additional license requirements and regulations applicable to wedding chapels and drug-related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
If I could, Your Honor, before there's a motion on this, I need to let you know that in your backup is a First Amendment, and I have been asked if I was going to present the facts behind the First Amendment to the council today. I indicated I'd be happy to if any of you want me to, but the First Amendment did change this bill. Originally, the bill created a provision that allows for privileged licenses for all new applicants for wedding chapels. It allows the Director of Business Licensing to require a privileged license on renewal of a license upon his discretion for existing wedding chapels. But more importantly, it's amended the section of the original bill that had a 100-foot distance separation for solicitation and hand billing from the entrance to the wedding chapel to what I'm going to call solicitation zones. And I can present this very, very quickly, Your Honor, probably less than a minute if you give me that opportunity.
Please do that.
Very quickly, Your Honor, if you can go to the overhead, I won't even go to the bigger maps that I had prepared. This map represents the corner of the Regional Justice Center. Where I'm pointing is the approximate location of the entrance to the Wedding License Bureau. The problems, as you heard when we had testimony in the Garden of Love hearing, all involve this area around the courthouse or right around the doorway where individuals who were getting wedding licenses would leave the building and be descended upon instantly by individuals soliciting handbills and verbal solicitation for clients for wedding chapels. This got so bad, as you heard, we had fist fights, we had people trying to light each other on fire, we had all sorts of problems down there, all putting a black eye on the industry, of the wedding industry in this town. I have worked over the past several months with members of the industry, with individuals involved in the hand billing itself, and with Shirley Paragary, the clerk of the court. This map, if I can go through it very quickly, creates two solicitation zones. The one on Clark Avenue, 50 feet long, 3 feet wide from the curb in. The one on 3rd Street, 50 feet wide, or 50 feet long, 3 feet wide from the curb in. All other areas along that side of the courthouse would be prohibited for purposes of solicitation. Not all the way around the courthouse, 170 feet from the curb to the side of the building on the 3rd Street side, 200 feet from the curb to approximately the end of the steps on the Clark Avenue side. Those two areas are prohibited for solicitation and hand billing. The only areas what's allowed are the hashed mark areas, the 50-foot, 3 feet wide. That's in the ordinance. It's been worked out over time. I have shared this concept with the ACLU. They have indicated to me that they hope that there would be some solicitation, there would be opportunities to, and while they have not seen the final version of this, this is consistent with what I represented to them as a compromise that I think would serve everyone's interest. What that means is that for that 170 feet on one side and 200 feet on the other side, those zones are the limited areas of solicitation. Every place else around the courthouse and sidewalk is open. Every place across the street is open. The other thing that is not in the bill, but you ought to know, is that Shirley Paragary, the clerk of the court, has also agreed to put a hand-billing rack inside the Wedding License Bureau itself. So any members of the wedding industry who wish to have their literature distributed to people inside the Wedding Bureau, which it's illegal to actually solicit on courthouse property, they can at least have their brochures available, so there'll be another way for them to reach their target audience. Based on that record, Your Honor, that is the First Amendment, and I would submit it for your approval and recommend it do pass.
All right, thank you.
You know, if I
Appreciate
could?
that. Yes.
Just a couple quick comments. I want to thank Councilman Barlow and Councilman Tarkanian for hearing this proposed bill, this ordinance. I want to thank those people from the wedding chapel industry that I've been able to work with over the last 6 or 7 years trying to get something done. I feel like that this bill is going to allow us, this new ordinance is going to allow us to be a little bit more proactive in policing what goes on over there around the courthouse. And I think that with the new privilege license requirement for those new chapels or those chapels that we have problems with is going to help us. I want to thank City Attorney Brad Jervik for his help on getting this to where we're at today. Yes. You know, we've had an industry that has, you know, made the city of Las Vegas famous, but the last couple of years it has been famous in the negatory way, and I think that this is going to allow us to help bring back this, to me, wonderful business that we had in the city of Las Vegas, or Clark County even. And I just hope that if we have any problems down the road, that we'll be able to come back and restructure this ordinance to where it will suffice to make this the viable business that it should be in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve with the First Amendment.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to 49, which is Bill Number 2008-28, the ordinance creating Special Improvement District Number 1511, Farm Road. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you.
Councilwoman. Bill number 28-28, ordinance creating City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District Number 1511, Farm Road, Virginia Dale Street to Suley Springs Road, describing details in connection therewith and other matters relating thereto.
All right, thank you. And your motion, please.
A move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 50 and 51, bills 2008-29 and 2008-30, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to the new bills. New bills, items 52 through 55, which are bills 2008-31 through 2008-34, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, July 15, 2008. Mr. Jervik, would you be kind enough to read those?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. If you would indulge me just for 1 minute, I would like to just put on the record a couple of things that you may be aware of. One, today's meeting, Dan Still appeared on behalf of our office to represent the city in the nuisance abatement cases that were before you. I think it's important to mention that we won't be seeing Dan for a year. Dan has a second hat. He is Captain Dan Still, and he is being deployed to Afghanistan and will be there for approximately a year. So I thought, one, it's appropriate to recognize his service to his country and to wish him all the health and best while he's over there.
Well, we all join in on that, of course.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to mention on the record, and not in passing by any means, but Bill Henry has been a remarkable attorney over the course of his career. You mentioned it earlier, Mayor. Most people don't know that Bill served as a deputy public defender, a deputy DA, a chief deputy DA, a member of the major violator unit, a deputy attorney general, and we were very lucky when we were able to lure him over for his service to the city of Las Vegas. I am very grateful personally to Bill for everything he's done to represent the city. As you said, Mayor, when you talk about a diligent and professional attorney, there's none finer than Bill Henry. I consider him not only one of the finest attorneys I've ever known, but I also consider him one of the finest friends I've ever had. So I want to thank him very personally on the record for what he's done for us.
Thank you. Well said.
Brad, could you introduce that bright attorney next to you there?
This is Matt Perkins, and Matt is here today to observe the city council proceedings, to hopefully prepare for a career to replace me someday and other attorneys in our office, which appear to be dropping like flies right now.
All right.
And with that, Your Honor, I'll be glad to read the new bills.
Please.
Bill number 2008-31, an ordinance to update the notification procedures on hearings and zoning applications by related matters. Bill number 28-32, an ordinance to adopt the school facilities element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan for related matters. Bill 28-33, an ordinance to adopt the community design element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan for related matters. And finally, Bill number 28-34, an ordinance amending the provisions of the business license code pertaining to the license application process, licensee regulations, administrative fees, business license categories, designation of license agencies and officials, compliance with amendments to state law, and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman, will you be available on July 15th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, will you be available?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And these bills are assigned to you for review, and the council meeting will be in recess until 1:15.
1:15.
1:15.
I was thinking you said 1:15, but no.
My pleasure. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient with us. We had a very fruitful morning session, and we'll now go into our afternoon agenda. I'll call item number 56. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no items, first time ever.
This is the first time ever, folks. This is the most amazing thing. First time ever this has happened. In 9 years I've been the mayor, so it must be good luck for you. Okay. Now we're going to go to our consent agenda, items 57 through 66. They're on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 57 through 66, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions or question on these items. I'll make a motion for approval of all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's
Mayor,
vote.
Council, before we vote, just for clarification, what were the numbers that we were looking to approve?
Oh, on the consent agenda? They're, bear with me, items 57 through 66.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Pardon me, folks. Items 67 through 71 may be considered... Oh, we did not? All right, let's vote on the consent agenda, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you, Bev. All right, items 67 through 71 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda.
Your Honor, if I could, for Councilman Brown.
Yes.
He wanted item 71 trailed after.
Thanks.
He gets back.
71? Yes. So we'll pull 71, so we'll consider 67 through 70 then, which I will read into the record. 67 is, pardon me, folks. Made a big speech this morning, so. Which you'll read about in the paper tomorrow. If I last that long. Item 67 is RQR 28265, required review. The applicant is Craig McCall, the owner SDL Inc., required 1-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a pawn shop at 1237 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3. 68 is RQR 28272, required review. The applicant is Nevada Power Company, the owner U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, required 6-month review of an approved review of condition that allowed the deferment of the required landscaping along the east, north, and west sides of the site on property located adjacent to the northwest corner of Iron Mountain Road and Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. 69 is RQR 28310, required review. The owner is Gosson Mary. The applicant is Billy Max Auto Repair, Inc., required 1-year review of an approved special use permit for an existing auto repair garage, minor, at 2027 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. 70 is RQR 28314, required review. The applicant owner is Gervasia Enterprise Living 1993 Trust, required 6-month review of an approved review of condition that removed condition number 5 of the approved special use permit, which stated that the sale of individual containers of any size of beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited. All such products shall remain in their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no repackaging of containers into groups smaller than the original shipping container size shall be permitted at 6595 Smoke Ranch Road in suite number 140. That's in Ward 5. And 71 will hold until Councilman Brown gets here.
And Mayor?
Yes.
Being that you've read item 69 into the record, I would like for that to be pulled as well.
All right, we'll have 69 pulled. And I'll now declare all of these items as being subject to public hearings, and the hearings are now declared open. Does anyone wish to be heard on any of these items? Sir, did you want to be heard?
Yes, sir.
On any of those items?
69.
On 69, that's the one that's going to be pulled, so that's fine. May I have a motion then on the items 67, 68, and 70, please.
Your Honor? I'll make a motion to approve items 67, 68, and 70 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries there, and now we'll go to 69, as requested by the councilman, and the gentleman wanted to speak to it. Why don't you come up, sir, and tell us your name, please. Identify yourself for the record. We'd be happy to hear from you.
Yes, sir, Mike.
You have to push the little red button.
My name is David Clark. I live at 4950 Sawyer Avenue, representing Curtis Park Manor. This renewal, we've had a meeting. We are not opposed to the license renewal of the special permit by, actually, Mr. Alpine subleases this property from the owner whose name is Mayor. We wish him to live up to his end of the bargain. We took photographs this morning about 2 hours ago that shows the property unkempt. We are committed to keeping our neighborhood crime-free, intact from encroachment, and above all, clean. The businesses directly east of him, the Smog Busters and the Tent Place, keep very nice landscaping. They keep all the trash clean. And then directly south to him, Burger King does the same. We request that Mr. Alpine do the same. Now, I don't know where this responsibility altogether lies, with the owner or the leaser. However, I'm going to submit these photographs to you that are about 2 hours load with our objections. We're not a bunch of crackpots trying to make trouble. We're trying to keep our neighborhood clean. Mr. Barlow has been very, very helpful. We're indebted to him for working with us. He's very accessible. Can I submit these to
Certainly,
somebody?
if you'd be kind enough to give them to the clerk.
Actually, before, Mayor, if you don't mind, please, before you submit those to the clerk, I would like for you to place them right in the middle of the counter there, and we can zoom in so that we can show.
This high-tech stuff.
That's what your tax dollars pay for.
Oh, no, high-tech is what
I know.
Okay.
That's what your tax dollars pay for.
All right, okay, that's all right.
Here you go. And now go ahead with your
The overhead, please.
With the overhead, please. Go ahead, sir. Continue.
As I say, we are not opposed to this business. Mr. Mack is Mr. Alpine actually, is a proprietor committed to his business, but we are committed to our neighborhood. We would like this to be approved. Staff has recommended approval. However, these are the conditions we would like. Another review, 6 months, with a timeline that is enforced by this council. Trash, beer bottles, paper cups. I don't know what these things are called, these bumpers, but he has opened that up, and cars park in the unimproved lot directly north to him. So, as I say, this is different than other cases. We concur with staff. But we would like him to be reviewed and have it be enforced. If he does not keep up his end of the bargain, then a penalty that you impose. That's fair. I believe that's fair. We keep our neighborhood clean, please keep his business clean.
Okay, and the pictures that you brought have been shown on the overhead.
Okay.
We picked those up on the screen here. So you're in business. If you just collect them now and give them to the clerk, that'd be great.
Oh. I don't get out of line.
No, you're doing very well, particularly with that string tie. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor Goodman.
Well, someday I'll be a doctor, too.
I just saw the doctor. That's why the doctor's on my mind.
Did you call him mayor?
Yeah. I offered him a martini. No,
now we're talking. Okay, yes, sir.
I am Billy Mack.
Well, why don't you move up here and tell us who you are?
My name is William McAlpine. I am the owner of Billy Mack's Auto Repair. Okay, as far as the barricades that he's talking about, I wish he left his pictures up here. But I put them up, and at night, people run them over. Just knock them right back down. We put them in there with steel stakes. They just run them over. I mean, how many times do I have to keep doing this? Now, as far as the back of the building, I didn't know there was a problem there until I talked to them. That will be taken care of next week.
Good, that's what we want.
That'll be cleaned up. As far as the beer bottles and garbage, it's really hard for me to keep up with that because I got a bus stop right in front of my shop. And these people stand on the other side of the fence to get out of the sun. They leave their junk there, their garbage there.
It's amazing.
They broke my handicap sign.
It's amazing. It is amazing.
And they tear my trees down.
I don't know who they expect to be cleaning this, but unfortunately, because it's thrown on your property, I guess you have to do it. but
Yeah.
it is outrageous. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may, please.
Yes.
Recite your last name for me again, please.
McAlpine.
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 Okay. Mr. McAlpine, when I was on staff with Councilman Weekly and this item came before us, what you sat and shared with Councilman Weekly at that time, and I remember very vividly that you were going to come in with a beautification plan as far as landscape and keeping the perimeter of your building in place and in order and free of trash, debris, as well as vehicles. As far as I'm concerned, you have not kept up to the end of your bargain. So what I would like to do today is place some conditions, some additional conditions on this location, because the way in which you're running your shop today, I don't like it and the residents don't like it. It's a mess. I've driven through there over the weekend after your shop was closed down, and you had approximately 30 vehicles parked on that corner, which looked like a used car lot. I don't like that. It doesn't keep the neighborhood
When
looking...
was that?
Excuse me one second.
Okay.
It doesn't make the neighborhood look good, okay?
Right.
Today, I've driven through there today, and you have those same vehicles parked outside of your facility. I don't like the number of cars that are being stored at this site, so at this time, what I would like to do is basically hold this item, and Margot, if you will pull in those conditions in order for me to bring this item back, excuse me, bring this item back so that I can impose some additional, I'm like you, Mayor.
You didn't make a big speech, though.
I guess...
I don't know what your problem
I guess
is.
my speech will be in the paper tomorrow for the lack of one.
If I may offer, on this, the action that could be taken today would be to delete number 2 and to change number 3 to require a 30-day review. What we would do at that time is give you the full list of things that need to be corrected. You will see it again in
Right.
30 days, and then you will be able to take whatever additional action you wish to do so at that time.
That's what I would like to do.
Okay.
Because the way your shop looks right now is not conducive to the area. I want to work with you in order to make sure that you are still allowed to run your business as well as make sure that the community remains in a way that we can all drive past that site without having it being an eyesore the way it is today. So that would be my recommendation as far as the vote today.
So the action then would be...
Turn your mic on.
Excuse me. So Mayor and Councilman, the action would be to approve item 69, delete number 2, and change number 3 to require an additional review within 30 days. Change.
Correct.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please? Motion carries. We'll see you back on when? August 6th.
Okay,
August
but I
6th.
had some questions.
And also,
I
if you will, sir, my assistant Ito is sitting right here for you. She's going to give you my contact information to my office. I would like to meet with you prior to the 30 days so that we can have a conversation in regards to
Okay.
the conditions I'm looking to impose.
But I got a question. All right, by law, when someone drops off a car, I have 90 days. I have to keep that car 90 days. They abandon it there. I have no choice but to keep it there for 90 days. I'm already being sued for $5,000 for having someone's car towed off because it was there for 8 months. Now, that's another legal matter that I have to handle. Now, what do? I can't help it. It's hard times right now. These people drop off their car. I tell them how much to fix it. They don't want to fix it. They don't come and get it. They don't call me.
All right, may I make this suggestion? When you're meeting with the councilman, maybe the councilman will call our city attorney up there, and they'll be able to address that issue at that time when you're having your meeting before we come back here.
Because last month I had 8 cars towed out of there. 8.
I wish you'd had 20 towed out yesterday, but we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right? Okay, we're now going to go to items 72, 73, 74, and 75. What's wrong?
Excuse me, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem, are we waiting for Councilman Brown?
Yes, on item number 71.
I see, okay, thank you.
All right, 72 is GPA 27135. It's a general plan amendment, public hearing. The applicant is the Tapestry Group, the owner, City of Las Vegas et al., request to amend a portion of the southwest sector plan of the general plan from right-of-way and public facilities to medium-density residential and public facilities on 15.25 acres adjacent to the north side of West Cliff Drive, approximately 595 feet east of Tenaya Way in Ward 1. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 73 is ZON 27496, rezoning related to the prior item. The applicant is the same, the owner is the same. Request for a rezoning from undeveloped right-of-way general plan designation and civic to residential plan development 24 units per acre and civic on 15.25 acres adjacent to the north side of West Cliff Drive, approximately 595 feet east of Tenaya Way in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 74 is VAC 27747. It's a vacation related to the previous two items. Same applicant, same owner. Petition to vacate a 60-foot wide public right-of-way grant generally located east of Tenaya Way, approximately 950 feet north of West Cliff Drive in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And finally, 75, SDR 27497, site development plan review related to the prior items. Same applicant, the Tapestry Group, the owner, City of Las Vegas, et al. Request for a site development plan review for proposed 252-unit, 2- and 3-story multi-family development intended for affordable housing with a waiver of the residential adjacency standard to allow a 50-foot setback where 70 feet are required on 15.25 acres adjacent to the north side of West Cliff Drive, approximately 595 feet east of Tenaya Way. In Ward 1, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant's attorney here? Senator Bryan, may the record reflect that Senator Bryan spoke to me yesterday, I believe, and indicated that he was going to make a brief statement, which may be a resolution of this entire issue. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, before the statement is made, I would just like to request of Madam Clerk that the complete records and/or transcripts for GPA 27135, ZON 271496, VAC 27747, and SDR 27497 from the June 18th, 2008 council meeting be incorporated with the records and transcripts for those same items today. That's all I'm requesting, is taken from the previous.
Okay, and that's my order.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Bryan.
Yes, Your Honor and members of the council.
Senator, is the microphone on?
I believe it may be
now.
It is. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd like to preface my remarks, which I indicated to the mayor would be brief. I want to acknowledge the outstanding effort that we believe that the council made in over the last 3 years, being responsive every time we requested a meeting to discuss this project. Although not all council members were in agreement, each of you was willing to spend time to listen to our project, to hear us out, to give us your thoughtful and always courteous attention. And on behalf of my client, I want the public record to reflect that. I also, Your Honor, would like to say to you and the members of the council that we had an outstanding working relationship with the staff. Neighborhood Services in particular, the Planning Department, for the past 3 years, we have met with them on a constant basis, and they, like the council, have been very generous with their time and have provided us every opportunity to make the case, to work with them, to make changes that were suggested. Indeed, as I've indicated parenthetically, Tapestry has responded and has done everything that the city has requested it to do over this journey, which now amounts to more than 3 years. There have, Your Honor, members of the council, been some surprises along the way. I need not dwell on it, but the last week I think the council, as well as myself, was surprised with a development with respect to requests that have been made to the BLM, which certainly appeared to be conflicting on their face. I know that the council was not in any way responsible for that, but let me just say I think that's an unfortunate situation for all of us. And then this past week, I'm going to use the idiom of the street, we were blindsided by a letter from HUD. Tapestry had worked closely with HUD for the past at least 2 years that I'm aware of, the development agreement that you all approved in November 2007 was all made available to them. And to say that we were blindsided and surprised is an understatement. We had no indication that HUD would have any concern about our project until about a week or so before our last council meeting, and then we heard some reports, understood that there was going to be a meeting with the staff and city, the BLM and others. I made a request to attend that meeting. It was denied, but in talking with members of the neighborhood services staff that were there, none of the issues raised at that time seemed to present any insurmountable challenge or difficulty. The recommendation, as you know, turned out negative, and Your Honor, I want to personally express my appreciation to you. If you had not made me aware of that letter, I would probably be appearing for you today, totally unaware of it. Now, I recognize that this council has no ability to control the letters and who gets copied of those from a federal agency, but I must say I find that very troubling indeed, and again, to speak rather candidly, upsetting that at least we would not be made a copy of the letter. Let me just conclude the observation by saying we've had conversations with BLM since that letter, and I think it is fair to say that the BLM indicated that none of the issues raised by that letter presented any real serious issue that could not be easily dealt with by conditions of the permit or the patent, as it's called, from the BLM. Having said that, Your Honor, I'd like to just comment briefly on the process prospectively. I would suggest most respectfully to the council that no one should have to go through this process as we did over the past 3 years. Whatever your decision is in terms of your policy on affordable or workforce housing, a process needs to be in place that provides a shorter period of time, some simplicity to it, and some certainty to it. Mr. Wilczewski, certainly on behalf of Tapestry, understood that the entire risk is on him. But this is several $100,000 later. 3 years later, I don't think that is a process which commends itself to the city. And prospectively, I would urge the council to focus on a process that will produce a better result for the citizens, for the staff, and obviously for the applicant himself, herself, or itself. Right. Finally, notwithstanding all of our best of intentions, we met with the neighbors on several occasions, and we were simply not able to satisfy the concerns that they have raised with you individually and have addressed on previous occasions with the council. Tapestry is a 501c3 nonprofit. Our purpose is to go into communities to develop workforce housing. We don't go into communities to try to be a divisive presence, to pick a quarrel with our neighbors. And it was clear as I visited with my client, Mr. Wilczewski, we reached the conclusion that at this point, with the neighbors unhappy with us, unable to make the changes that were suggested and have this project work, that it was a prudent course of action for us to withdraw our application of each of the items that are on the agenda for us today. And so we do make that request, and again, thank each member of the council for your patience and the generous spirit in which you provided us an opportunity to discuss this over the past 3 years. Your Honor, so I believe that will probably make the neighbors happy and perhaps make this a more abbreviated hearing than any of the previous ones that I've been before you on this particular project.
Well, Senator, I have to say you're always the consummate gentleman. You're an excellent lawyer, and I appreciate your concession at this time. We will take your words to heart as far as a process is concerned. The staff recognizes that what we were engaged in was not the most palatable of processes, and it showed itself at our last meeting, and that's what caused the situation which leads us here today. I want to say to the neighbors, and particularly the ones who actually did the homework to bring this to the fore, as I said at the last meeting, it was a pleasure dealing with you. When you came up to see us, you were decent, concerned folks who were trying to protect their lifestyle and their quality of life, but you did it in a way that was so pleasing to me, at least, because you were so respectful and recognizing our role as government to make tough decisions and not putting any pressure on us, but just being very rational about the whole thing. I want to thank you for the way you approach this situation. This is a time for a public hearing. I don't think it's necessary for anybody to say more than what's said today thus far, but if you have a need to, you're more than welcome to come up now, or else I'll close the public hearing.
Jim McFadden, 204 Fig Court, Las Vegas. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say thanks to you and the council and to Senator, excuse me.
We know make a speech this morning, too?
No, you know what? Biggest throat, what can I say? I think mine's just more nervous. It's been a hard process for all of us. I understand the time and effort that went in from Tapestry Group. It's a confusing process that hopefully we've seen a problem and can identify a corrective procedure so that another developer doesn't go through this process in the future. I'm a businessman. I understand how those things can affect your business. I understand the time and effort that went behind this development. We understand the need for affordable housing, and we understand the need to develop this property. We just didn't think this was the right fit, but we wanted to say thanks to everyone, our concerned neighbors that helped us do the research, the council for hearing our taking the time to hear our concerns, and we'd be more than happy to work with a developer to design a project that will accommodate their needs and suit what we think is suitable for the neighborhood as well. So we just want to say thanks, and thank you to the Senator for his great words. He's been nothing more than kind to the citizens, and we just hope the process can change so that this doesn't happen again in the future.
So do we. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Senator, Mayor, and Council. What I have to say, we
you
just
have
concur.
to identify yourself for the record.
Yes, Juanita Clark, Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, and we concur with what has just been stated by Mr. McFadden. I would like to read a paragraph here to clarify something that was brought up at the last council meeting. And due diligence of home buyers was questioned regarding their checking on zoning for the vacant land near their possible purchase. We used the testimony of Juanita Clark, who bought in the area in 1982. She did check on all the zoning in the area for miles prior to her purchase, was aware of some nearby challenges, but nothing in the area north and west of the Westcliff Rainbow intersection. Please make note that Twin Lakes Baptist Church acquired their land east of the bank site in the year 1983. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing done, we'll close the public hearing. I'll turn to Councilwoman Tarkanian.
First, I'd like to express the respect I've always had for Dick Bryan as a senator, as a human being, and I'm sorry that this did get as convoluted as it did. I think you're absolutely right, and we've already begun discussions within the city so that in the future this will not occur, or hopefully not occur. And so I just want to tell you.
Your mic.
Oh, did you hear me?
Yes.
Good. And
another speech. No, I'm sorry.
And also, could you just stand the residents that are here today on this item that were opposed to it? Would they just stand, please, so I could see? I want to just thank you very much, and thank you, sit down. I just want to thank you very much for your hard work. You know, we have entities that come that have great lawyers and have finances, and you have many. I guess this is the fifth time we've met on these issues, or you have met, I should say. And you take off work. You come here as part of the democracy. our democratic process. You believed in it, you didn't give up on it, and I just want to say how much I respect you. You didn't even have a neighborhood association. I'm totally amazed. I mean, that was meeting regularly. And how many of you came, and we've had people have told me that the information you presented was among the best that's ever been presented that they've seen at the council. So I wanted to equally give respect to Senator Bryan and also to the residents. And then I would make the motion. Is that what you want, Mr. Mayor?
Please, on 72 first, please.
I would make the motion
Excuse me, Mayor, we could do them all at once.
Oh, we can't do them all at once? All right. As to 72, 73, 74, and 75, do you have a motion?
I have the motion that we withdraw with prejudice.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. Now we're going to call item 71. 71 is ROC 28659, review of condition. The applicant is Sterling Development, the owner SF Investments LLC. Request for a review of condition to remove condition number 3 of an approved vacation, which required the vacation of the bridle paths along properties within Clark County jurisdiction to record currently on a portion of Balsam Street and unnamed rights-of-way located south of Lone Mountain Road and east of US 95. This is in Ward 4. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Mark Sturdivant, 3277 East Warm Springs, on behalf of the applicant.
Be happy to hear from you.
The vacation exhibit here demonstrates the 2 bridle path portions that are requested to be vacated within the city. They are adjacent to county bridle paths. I represented this item at the county in the fall, and it was denied on the county side by the efforts of Mr. Collins, who likes bridle paths. And he understood, as I recall, that my request to vacate the county bridle paths was tied to the city's requirement that I get the county to vacate so that the city could vacate. It was also clear, as I recall, that this is a 20-foot wide bridle path as it sits, so each half of it can vacate and there can still be a bridle path. The bridle paths don't go anywhere. There's a street here, Red Coach, that dead ends here, and this other bridle path here is adjacent to one house and enters into Balsam. And so we're asking please to allow that the city requirement that the city bridle path vacation be tied to the county bridle path vacation be eliminated so that the city bridle path portions can be vacated.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I know. That's clear. Okay, we're going to go to 76 now, and 77. 76 is VAR 27280. It's a variance. The applicant owner is Terry Holmes. Appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a proposed habitable accessory structure, Class 1, to be 25 feet in height, where a height of 11.75 feet is permitted, and to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required on .22 acres at 809 Upland Boulevard. And this application is being amended to allow a 920 square foot accessory structure where a maximum of 853.5 square feet is permitted. Additional note, this application is to allow a proposed habitable accessory structure, Class 1, to be 21.65 feet in height, where a height of 11.75 feet is permitted. The Planning Commission and staff recommended denial. SUP, which is item number 77, SUP 27281, special use permit related to the prior item. The applicant owner is Terry Helms. Appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed habitable accessory structure, Class 1, with kitchen at 809 Upland Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Terry Helms, 809 Upland Boulevard. I just wanted to clarify the height on a few things here. The plans, what it says, the house is actually 17 and a half foot tall existing. The addition is 22 and a half foot tall. That's a 5-foot difference. It's only 22% taller than the 53%. The property here is 70 foot, approximately 70 foot back from the road, 44 and a half feet from the back. It's in the middle of the property. I do have letters from the neighbors right next to me, where it'd be on the property line. I, Jose Reyes, owner of 805 Upland Boulevard, fully approve and support my neighbor Terry Helms to improve both properties to the City of Las Vegas for VAR 72780 and SUP 27281 before you. Thank you. My other neighbor is Razmik Hokopon at 901 Upland. Approve of variance 72780, SUP 72781, being the good neighbor to the north of the residence. The property behind me, the owner is in California. I knocked on the renter when the owner came to town. He knocked on my door. We had a long conversation. He's in total agreement with the project. He sent his approval in by mail. I have contacted and knocked on all the doors of all of 800 and 900 Upland Boulevard. They have all approved this addition here. And I've shown them the plans. There's some neighbors behind me that have some issues that aren't really having anything to do with the building. They want to make sure it's R1. Because of the property that's on the other side of Upland Boulevard, there's been tried to be zoned 3 times by Sterling Plumbing to be office buildings, apartments, and so forth and so on, and we've fought this hugely over the last 18 years. So when they see something coming out in the mail like this, they're assuming there's some kind of zoning change going on, and they just say no. I led a lot of those meetings at the time. They just don't know I'm the one that's trying to do this at the moment. But when I did speak with them, the main issue wasn't my building and the way it's proposed.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Helms? Folks, public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard, be happy to hear from you. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Mr. Mayor, we're considering both items, 76 and 77.
Yes.
This is really an unusual situation. I want to make sure, checking with Margot Wheeler, that we handle this in the best way we possibly can, because ordinarily we wouldn't be granting a variance. It's extremely unusual that all those neighbors surrounding you have come forward and stated that they approve the project. And
Yes.
I think that's something, I don't know if I would approve the project if I were living behind you, but I do know that from the front, there isn't a big problem because the addition would be set back. My understanding is you need the addition because of eventual health situation where you need to have someone who will be living there.
Yes.
And so I'd like to have Margot read it into the record, please, so that we do this appropriately.
Mayor and Councilwoman, the only addition would be on item 76, the variance, to add a condition that the development shall be in conformance with the plan and elevations submitted June 18th, 08.
Is that agreeable, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Then I move to approve.
All right.
With
That's
the amendment.
Very good. That's 76.
Condition.
On 76, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carried. And 77, please.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you to Councilwoman Tarkanian for her time, and as far as the neighborhood issues, please contact me. We can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're up to 78 and 79. 78 is SUP 26866. It's a special use permit. The applicant is Hei Un Lee, the owner is Azure and Tanea LLC, request for a special use permit for a packaged liquor off-sale establishment on the south side of Azure Drive, approximately 740 feet west of Tanea Way, and this is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Number 79 is SDR 26865, site development plan review related to SUP 26866. The applicant is Hei Un Lee, the owner Azure and Tanea LLC, request for a site development plan review for proposed 16,249 square foot retail development, including an 11,924 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment on 1.6 acres on the south side of Azure Drive, approximately 740 feet west of Tanea Way, Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson, here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Lee.
Very good. Well, we had a hearing on this at our last council meeting. Has there been any progress that we should know about? Or any change that we should know about, or does the record remain consistent with the last record?
Mr. Clapsaddle, did you want to go first? Because
I'd be happy to do that.
Discovered some additional information since the last time we chatted, so go ahead.
I would be happy to do that. As you know, at the close of the last public hearing, we held this for 2 weeks to meet with the councilman's office and the only person in opposition, Vino 100. We did that. We met with Councilman Ross. We've had several discussions since then. We have come down to hours of operation as extra conditions of approval. We would agree with hours of operation Monday through Saturday, 9 to 9, with no hours open on Sunday.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Clapsaddle on that issue? All right. It's a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Dr. Teresa Berry, Vino 17220, and I would just like the council to know that we still stand with our recommendation last meeting, and we would respectfully request that you deny these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Interestingly enough, Mr. Lee was gracious enough, and as my colleagues, to obey us for 2 weeks. So I had an opportunity to review the 50-plus oppositions to this, which I have very clearly, and have determined they do live in this area. And I just want to share something with the council. Last night there were 2 separate meetings. One was a homeowners association meeting, and I attempt to get to 2 homeowners association meetings a month. That's my goal, and sometimes more. There was another planning and development meeting on another separate project. First 2 questions asked at both of those meetings were about Mr. Lee's store. And I had expressed the same thing to the folks at these meetings about the hours of operation. We had some issues with the Vino 100 wine store on the corner there. And the neighbors had decided to meet somewhere in the middle with the Vino 100 people, and thus created these hours. Since that time, I have discovered, I'd asked Metro for some crime statistics and reports on Mr. Lee's store on Lake Mead and both on Rancho. And I've got over 700 incidents not directly associated with Mr. Lee's business. He's only got a couple related to his business. But it did show me that the amount of traffic by Mr. Lee's stores and why he's so successful at what he does. He's a wonderful businessman. He does a wonderful thing in the community. Is because of the volume, the traffic volume. I still am, Mr. Lee's done what I asked him to do. He has met halfway. Mr. Clapsaddle, thank you very much. Mr. Lee, thank you very much. I am still concerned about the compatibility, however, the amount of traffic in this area. This is a different road, a different street, a different environment than many others in the neighborhood. But if Mr. Lee has agreed to those hours of operation, I would make a motion, Your Honor, to approve agenda items 70 with conditions. And Director, do you want to add to that, please?
If I may, Mayor and Councilman, that would be on the special use permit, number 78, there would be an added condition that hours of operation shall be limited to 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Saturday only. And an additional condition that you may wish to consider would be that there will be a required review at a public hearing of the City Council 6 months after issuance of the business license.
That is correct, and that is the condition on the motion on agenda item 78.
All right, Mr. Clapsaddle, you agree with those conditions?
We do agree with the conditions regarding the hours of operation. I must say that's the first time that we had heard some condition about a required review. Our concern that we would want to put on the record is that should Mr. Lee, go forward, he open his business, and that would be 6 months from certificate of occupancy?
Certificate of occupancy, yes. Do you have that on the record, Director? I don't want it 6 months from today. He's got to get the place.
Either issuance of business license or certificate of occupancy, whichever you prefer, sir.
Mr. Clapsaddle?
What items, through you, Your Honor,
Yes,
what
sir.
items would we cover under the required review? What would be the topic of the required review?
Director?
Again, Mayor and Councilman,
Yes.
that would be the special use permit itself and all the conditions thereon.
This is, Mr. Your Honor, if I may, this is common, Mr. Clapsaddle.
This is not punitive, believe me.
This is common on all of them. Vito 100, same thing. Keep in mind, when Timbers went in there, they, of course, wanted a tavern. We required them to have a supper club type restaurant, but with the tavern designation. 6-month reviews are common. We do that all.
Worries me a little bit, but since we are here today, we can accept that. At some point, though, with the hours of operation being closed on Sunday, certainly Mr. Lee would have the opportunity at some point, I would think, to come back for that review, should he
Mr.
prove he's a good business.
He could always come back to the council. He could come back and say he wants to be closed Saturday, and we'll consider that.
Just want to make sure we have that. Just want to make sure we have all that on the record.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, so you do agree, correct?
Yes, that's
All
fine.
right, fine. All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and on item 79...
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, I'm not done yet. I want to thank you. I do want to thank the residents. I met with many of these people and did not require them to come down to council because, of course, the fuel prices the way they are to come down here. So their voices have been heard, and you met halfway in the middle with them, and I appreciate that. I'm not sure all of them are going to appreciate that. I made a commitment to that community to protect it to the best of my ability, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. But I believe what's fair is fair. Vino 100 folks came in, agreed to the restricted hours. They're living by those hours, and I think that's fair. And you and I discussed that in my office, Mr. Lee. So thank you very much for that. With that, Your Honor, I move to approve agenda item 79, subject to all conditions.
Before we take a vote, may I, Mayor Goodman?
Go ahead.
I just want to say a few things, if you don't mind. First of all, I want to compliment my colleague who's leaving the room.
I'll be right back.
Well, I'll compliment him even though he's in the back room, Councilman Ross, because I know that he has struggled with this. He cares very much about his community and his constituents, and I think that he has the purest of motives. Mr. Lee, I did a little research on your project, and I know that you have a number of stores ranging in square footage from 28,000 square feet down to 4,000. This proposed project is 11,000 square feet. It is within 2 miles of another store, is my understanding. You are a leader in our community. I got a list of all of the charities and all of the other type of work you do in the community, and you are truly a leader. You are truly a person that we should all aspire to be like. So this was a difficult decision when you have a neighborhood that doesn't want your type of business, and then we have someone like yourself. Now that you're here, Councilman Ross, I want to commend you, because I know this wasn't easy. I know this could have gone both ways, but I think it's the right decision. I think it's the fair decision, and I'm glad we're where we're at. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and Mr. Lee, that's a nice suit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If we could
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman.
If we could just clarify with the clerk's office that on 78, that's from the certificate of occupancy. And
Yeah, I think that's clear.
Okay, that wasn't clear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Pardon me. 80 is GPA 26994, General Plan Amendment. The owner is the City of Las Vegas. Request to adopt a community design element and revise the 2020 master plan pertaining to all wards. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Dr. Selby, will you make this presentation, or is Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor. I have placed a summary sheet for you at your places that looks like this that you got this afternoon. This is a new element for the City of Las Vegas. It is required by the state of Nevada. The recommendations, in essence, are to set standards for the future creation of development standards for transit-oriented design, establishing a form-based code, and to fully delineate standards for infill new development that supports sustainable growth. The adoption of the element does not adopt any code section, but rather sets a policy document for future development standards that will be brought before the council.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Wheeler before we hear the motion?
Yes.
Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler, would you please just explain in somewhat of detail the amended Title 19, which requires a special use permit for primary and secondary schools? Because I was under the impression or knowledge that the school district did not have to come before the council for zoning issues.
You don't have some 81?
That's the next one, sir.
Okay. Then I'll hold my comment until 81. Thank you.
Okay, very
Mayor
good.
Pro Tem.
May I have a motion on 80, please?
I would follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 81 is GPA 27004, General Plan Amendment. Okay, everything okay? Everything's fine. All right, I'll send, Okay, the public hearing, the applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request to adopt a school facilities element and revise the 2020 master plan pertaining to all wards. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor. This element also is a requirement of Nevada state law for the City of Las Vegas, and we have not previously had a schools element. In the summary, and as alluded to by Councilperson Barlow, there are recommendations, and these are based upon research that we have done working with other agencies. Specifically, with regard to the schools element, there's been a considerable amount of coordination with both Clark County School District, Clark County Government, the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, and also other agencies in Southern Nevada. The Clark County requires a special use permit and for new schools, and the City of Las Vegas has had a policy of the school district bringing forward site development plan reviews for new schools for the opportunity for the city to comment upon the actual development of the projects. Within this element, again, there are no amendments to Title 19 being adopted at this time or considered, but rather there is a recommendation to do further work and bring back an amendment to require special use permit, as does Clark County, and to codify the requirement for a site development plan review. That would be an issue that would be given further study and brought back at a future date.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Councilman, does that address the issue?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Ms. Wheeler, and also I would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem.
What are you thanking him for?
Because he's a nice guy.
Very good. Nice guy, would you please make a motion, please?
Yes, sir.
The nice guy sitting next to the wise guy.
Oh. What was that? The nice guy sitting next to the wise guy. Don't take that sitting down, Councilman Wilson.
I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And Councilman Ross is excused for that vote, and the prior vote as well. All right, this is a time for the instruction to Ms. Bridges to set date on any appeals filed or require public hearings from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. And item 83 is citizens' participation. Citizens' participation means public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the podium, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, and I didn't make it to the last City Council meeting because I was arrested when I was trying to actually come into the meeting. Officer McNemony had me arrested. He said I was trespassed from the property. Now, I was because of a protest I did recently that, he tried to trespass me for 6 months, but that was actually dismissed, that case. So he really had no jurisdiction or reason to have me for 6 months trespass. So I talked to the city attorney. He cleared that up. But I'm still being harassed, and I'd like to know, Mayor Goodman, is it okay for me to have a Jesus sign in here with me?
I see no problem myself in that. I don't know whether there's any prohibition. Nope, that's fine with me.
Could you tell Officer R. Woder that? Because he's not allowing me to have my Jesus sign in here.
Well,
I know you believe in the First Amendment.
I think that would be inappropriate. Yes, sir. Could you?
The sign that he's wanting to bring in, sir, has a bunch of metal poles holding it up.
Oh.
I brought it in here before. I'm not going to wave the poles around. You're just being,
Okay,
ridiculous.
well, next time you come, why don't you bring it without the poles, and we'd be happy to have it.
Can I have my signs without the poles in them?
Okay, why don't we do this? So you can go out, get your sign without the poles, bring it in here, and then we'll start from scratch. Okay?
Thanks a lot.
Good.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident since 1999, August of 1999. I was told that, most locals are in on something by now when they've been here at least 5 years. I've been here going on maybe 9 years, and I'm not considered a local because I'm not in on what most locals after being here at least 5 years are being allowed in on some of the monitoring and stuff they do. Because I get lied on. I call RTC. I've been down to Grand Central Station to the transportation building complaining how monitors lie on me on the public transportation. I get lied on in churches and casinos at the bus station because people are trying to keep my name on a program where they stipend. They need money. I'm sure they need money. I need money. But I don't lie on residents. I don't lie on people in my hometown. I don't lie on Nevada, Las Vegas residents to get money or anything else. I don't keep people on programs for the reason they holding me on this program. And I don't know what much, I'm not bluffing them about getting this attorney on them. Holding my name back. I've asked that they give the truth and remove my name. If they don't have a qualified law enforcement person that know how to go on Nellis or official or whoever needs to do the cancellation on this, get my name off that program, canceling it out, ordering my name turned over, because I shouldn't have been left behind when they started the programs I explained. Just to keep down racial disharmony, keep harmony among the community and all races, all nations, and work for the common good of all people, not have no special this and that for certain people, just promote some justice. And I know you believe in justice and equality. Justice, fairness. I know you're a fair man. Right. So that's what I'm trying to promote. And I've been here over 5 years. And they said, you're not really considered a local. Most of us that's been here a while, we are allowed. One guy said, well, they played with me up to 7 years before they finally let me in on some of this stuff that locals are in on. And that's okay. They said, well, some of the police and some of the other ones say, well, we wish she would move on with this problem. Well, that's like you clean your house and you sweep the pile of dirt up. You don't want to be bothered with it. Sometimes people sweep it under the rug and cover it up. Sometimes they'll put it on the dustpan and throw it in the trash. But it's a problem that they don't want to be bothered with. Well, I don't want to be bothered with it. I didn't create this problem. Understand me good. I did have some of this trouble on me when I came here, but now they've added to the confusions the ones here lying and playing games. So I did not request the lies. I didn't put my name in the computer out there on that military base. Why do I have to suffer all the blame and suffer all the hardship because someone is being allowed to do something, violate their privileges of entering Nellis Air Force Base, taking control of my life, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, when I had told them previously to to discontinue it. Don't play with me with that. But they continued. Now they're in trouble. And they said, well, we don't want to be in trouble. If they turn her over, we don't want this. We wish she'll go back here to our hometown. We wish she'll go to another city. The other city gonna say, she done brought trouble from Las Vegas and Louisiana on us. You understand my situation? The other city gonna say, she's done brought trouble from those other cities. I wish they had straightened it out in those other cities before she came here. So I'm gonna be in trouble. I don't care if I leave Las Vegas, if I go back to Louisiana, they gonna say, she done brought us more trouble back than she left with.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bartlett.
So-
I have to cut you off on.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping they'll let me out on Nellis because I'm 51 years old now and I'm well qualified to help sell this situation. It's no sense in playing with people's lives. Thank you.
Right. All right, Mr. Collins, we'll start you with the 3-minute clock all over again.
My name is Rasan Joshua Collins. I just want to thank you, Mayor Goodman, for actually standing up for my rights, for my First Amendment rights. First of all, appreciate that. Now, while I was in jail, I noticed that, and this has continued on, of course, since I've been here, but they don't really feed the inmates too much. They from 5 p.m. to about 4:30 a.m., these inmates aren't getting any food. And the meals are small, and I was in there, for almost a week. And, I know that when you're not actually in jail, it probably doesn't really matter to you, but when you're in there, you understand what these inmates are going through. A lot of them are in there for trespassing, sleeping outside or something like that. It's like kicking a dog when they're down, and then when they get in there, they're getting starved, basically. They don't have money to pay for the commissary, which is, very expensive. That's to me, cruel and unusual punishment. So now who is, I believe I called Councilman Barlow's office. Are you the one that's over Stewart and Mojave, that area there? Or?
No, that would be Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, okay. So what do you think can be done about that?
Can't take no action today.
Yeah, but do you want to do something about that? And will you actually call me, or can I set something up with you, or?
Well, Mr. Collins, you can understand that we have our manager's office here. They're hearing what's happening here, and if something is brought to our attention, they follow through on it.
Okay. So, if I call you, will you call me back?
We'll set a meeting.
Yeah, please. Why don't you convey your message rather than ask questions?
Okay. Well, I kind of like interaction, I guess. Anyways, I'd like to know I'm being heard at least. But I also just want to encourage people to know that we are getting support for, standing up for morality too. I know that, treason is still taking place because of the crimes against public decency and good morals in Las Vegas. And I just encourage the council to look over those laws, NRS 201, and the establishment of our country. When it all began, we were a Christian nation, and we need to get back to that. And God's blessing will be only on those that are really following Christ. You're not going to really be blessed, but rather cursed for following Satan, of course. So, in here, if you look at the Nevada State Constitution, Section 4, Article 1, it talks about the liberty of conscience. The free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference shall forever be allowed in the state, and no person shall be rendered incompetent to be a witness on account of his opinions or matters of religious belief, but the liberty of conscience hereby secured shall not be construed as to excuse acts of licentiousness. Now that's right out of the Bible, licentiousness, or justify practices inconsistent with the peace or safety of the state. So when you promote licentiousness and sin, you are being, against the peace and safety of the state. You're basically letting war against the people of the state, and our children are in peril. And I really encourage you to heed what I'm saying here, because it is state law, and others, above this council are now listening to me and getting involved and helping me. I do hope that you would, before you're caught, make some changes in the city and make it God's city instead of Sin City. God bless.
Mayor, if I could, please.
Yes, Councilman Reese.
Rolando, would you please meet with Mr. Collins and have him set the meeting with Susie and Chief Coyne, please? Thank you.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Steve Altig. I'm a local lawyer here in town, and I represent a business, Economy Wheel and Tire, the representatives here. We've had a situation that we're kind of at a loss as to what to do with. And what's happened in this situation, I did bring documentation for each of you if you wish to see it, is that my client was basically shut down by a cease and desist order from a code enforcement agent without the approval of City Council. He was forced to apply for a new license, which he did. That license received approval from all the mandatory departments and was actually issued to my client. However, the issued citation, or the issued license, never made it to my client's possession, although I do have documentation to show that it was issued. Subsequently, though, it's been removed from the city's computer database, showing that the license never existed, although I do have the documentation showing that it was approved by each department and issued to my client. What's happened is my client's business now has been shut down for the last 2 months without any due process. They've closed him down. He's been unable to earn any money. He has to pay rent still of $9,000 every month that he's
Where's the
waiting.
business located?
It's 1550 North Rancho.
Okay.
Okay. And we're kind of at a loss as to what to do. We go to each and every department. We get shifted off to every...
Okay, well, we
everybody
can't
else.
take action today, but I
Understood.
can tell you this, if you leave the documentation...
I will.
We will have the city attorney contact you immediately.
Thank you.
And get you an answer, either if it's satisfactory, that'll resolve it. If it's not, then you're always welcome to come back before
I
us.
appreciate it. I'll leave them right here.
Please, and if the clerk would please pass them up, make sure that Mr. Scott gets a copy, please.
Along with that...
And is your information is on there, too?
Yes, my information and the timeline I've...
As to how to reach you.
I just have one quick question. What is the cross street?
Rancho and...
Vegas Drive?
Vegas Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to state that in about an hour and a half, a funeral is going to begin for a young man who was a resident of our city, Clark High School graduate, that was shot in front of Baskin Park, along with another young man. And immediately, the next day, we were able to get our city personnel out there to look at the park to see any way we could prevent the gathering of crowds. And we're moving quickly into that. I just wanted to state today, thinking of this young life, I happen to have known him slightly, thinking of this man that had a bullet hole about the size of a pancake and a bullet ricocheting inside, destroying all those organs, and thinking of the fact that we just have to keep staying strong in how we defend and how we protect and how we hold people accountable as much as we can. I just wanted to mention that today because it's not just this one student, it's others, but this was someone who was a star athlete, a good student within our own city.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, folks, seeing nobody else who wants to address us, the meeting's adjourned.